A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sutton. The flames sweep hungrily through C-block of the state prison where Max Sanders, Mary's beloved husband, has been imprisoned. Driven wild by fear, Mary made an attempt to enter the blazing inferno to search for Max, but was snatched back in time by Dr. John Benson. Revived by Dr. Tracy, prison surgeon, Mary asserts her belief that Max is alive. So strong is her belief that Max will return to her, Mary is asked to be of any help she can to Dr. Tracy and Dr. Benson. Touched by her inspired faith, Dr. Tracy sends her to console the sorrowing wives and mothers of the other prisoners, many of whom have not yet been found. Dr. Benson has discovered that Max and Cheney, his pal, had led a committee to ask for better food in the prison mess hall. Angered by their request, the warden now declares that Max and Cheney have been troublemakers for some time, and as soon as Max and Cheney are found, he intends to prefer charges against them for having set fire to state prison. It is just a few moments later. Dr. John Benson and Dr. Tracy are busy at work, tending the injured prisoners. Dr. Benson still finds it hard to believe that the warden would dare accuse Max and Cheney of such a deed.
Dr. Tracy, I've got to get Max Sanders back here, alive. I've got to know the truth of this whole mess.
I don't think Sanders really had anything to do with the fire, do you?
Of course not. If they're going to try to pin that on Max, I want to do all I can to stop their rotten little game.
So do I, Dr. Benson. So do I. And when the time comes, I'll tell my little story if I have to, even if it means my job. Got to stop this kind of thing soon.
Dr. Tracy, just what do you know about this Warden Bullard?
Only this. I don't think his name's Bullard at all.
What?
I've got a hunch it's an assumed name. Why? I'll tell you that later.
When did you get this hunch?
Oh, not long ago. It annoyed me to think such a rotter could have a fine old name like Bullard. Then 2 or 3 little things happened. No need to go into details just now. But I'll bet my hope of heaven that this warden is not what he calls himself.
Thanks, Dr. Tracy. Now we've got something to go on.
Yes, but not enough, I'm afraid. This Bullard got this job through political pull somehow. It'd be hard to bring anything definite against him.
We'll see about that. But if Max Sanders dies in that fire, and the warden accuses him of having started the fire in revenge, or as a screen for an escape, then Mary, Max's wife, will have to face the world which brands her husband as the most despicable type of criminal. An arsonist, a firebug.
Yes, you're right. Now, look, Doc. I'm with you all the way. I'll do everything I can to help clear Max Sanders' name.
Well, there's more to it than just clearing his name, Dr. Tracy. You see, Mary holds a controlling stock in Sanders' interests.
Sanders' interests?
Real estate and factories set up in our hometown. You might call it a coalition of capital and labor to set the town on its feet.
I see. Good stuff. Go right ahead, Dr. Benson, while I bandage this lad's hand.
Well, you see, Mary is holding this stock from Max against the time he's completed his sentence of a year and a day.
Sort of nest egg. New start in life and all that, eh?
Exactly. It so happens that one Gerald Proust, another stockholder, wants to get possession of Mary's stock so that he can rule Sanders' interests. His wife has social ambitions. Thinks money and power will buy her way into town society.
There you are. Yes, I know the type, Doctor. Drives her husband to drink or stealing.
Yeah, but even without his wife's ambition, Gerald Proust is a pretty slick customer. He even tried to threaten my position as head of the children's clinic, unless I withdraw my support of Mary during her husband's absence from prison.
Crude, very crude. That's so it always is. Oh, a nurse. A little more of that gauze, please.
And now, if Max is accused of setting the prison afire to escape, Proust naturally will say that Mary no longer has reason to hold on to her stock. When the wife of such a criminal is no fit person to help direct the town's future.
I don't think I'd like you, Mr. Gerald Proust. But he can't touch you at the clinic, can he?
Oh, he could throw his weight around, I suppose, but I've got a straight record at the clinic.
I'd call it a splendid record, Dr. Benson. I've heard of your work with those youngsters. First-rate job.
Thanks, Doctor. Now you see why I must get Max out of there alive.
Yes, but you can't do it alone. Your place is here, taking care of these men. Firemen are doing all they can now. Let's stay out of their way.
Here, let me give you a hand with that chap. Shall we turn him on his left side?
Right. Leaves the strain on the tissues of his back.
There you are, old man. Oh, your rest easier now.
Yes, you do. Oh, Doctor, here it comes. 5 stretchers. Nurse, get Dr. Benson a sterile gown. Now, quick, that's a good girl.
Fire captain with him. Must be from the other side of the prison.
Put him down over there along the wall, boys. We'll take him in turn.
Oh, Captain.
What can I do for you, Doc?
The fire. Captain, what's happening in C block, I mean?
Doc, I tell you, I've been fighting fires 20 years, and I never hope to see...
Yes, I understand. But those 5 men in C block, what about them?
2 of them burned to death. No use bringing them in here. 2 of them are still inside. We almost got to them, but we couldn't get a hose around that angle in the yard. Why, even the bricks are crumbling.
All right, Ben, that's fine. What about that truck full of gasoline? Did you get that out of the way?
Doc, I tell you, I don't see why that car hasn't busted all to pieces before now. It's inside a ring of flames, and the building's burning all around it. And it's right beneath the windows of C block. Unless they get those men out of there before that truck blows up, you'll never find them again. Well, me and the boys will do our best, Doc, but we ain't promising we'll get those prisoners out in time unless...
Captain, we know that there were 5 men in that last corner of C block. You've accounted for only 4 of them. Where's that 5th man, Captain Baxter?
Yes, Doc, we brought him in. He's over there against the wall with the others.
Let me see him.
How did you get this chap out of C block? Thought you said you couldn't go in after him.
That's just it. We didn't. This 5th guy in C block takes a chance when the bars heat up. He bends one of them to one side and slips through. We found him wandering in the yard. He must have climbed the wall through all that smoke. He kept mumbling, gotta get out of here, gotta get out of here. Trying to escape, I guess. I don't blame him.
Oh, thanks, Captain Baxter. Good luck.
Thanks, Doc. Fire'd be all over. We could just clear out that C block somehow. I hate to think of those men in there like that.
Penny, speak to me, old man. Where's Mac?
Now, just a minute, Dr. Benson. Give him a whiff of this aromatic.
There now, Kenny, my lad. Breathe deeply. That's a good boy. Now again. And again. Good and deep this time. Now again. Again.
He's coming around. Takes a lot to do in his sort. Plenty of sand there. His eyes are opening. I'll have a tourniquet on his arm, that Gypsy. Lost a lot of blood. Arm smashed. A miracle he got this far.
Doc Benson.
Yes, Cheney. I'm right here. We'll take care of you.
Doc, I gotta talk fast. Maybe my chips are being called in, so let me say it all at once. I left Max in C block, and then Swede Lawson. Stay half an hour ago.
Well, how...
Now let me finish, Doc. Max is okay. There's not a scratch. Fire's all around him. I got out you and me, Doc. What's a wise guy? What's a wise guy?
He's fainting, Dr. Benson. Nurse, hand the doctor that spirit of ammonia.
Come on, Cheney. Let's hear it. Max, you were saying about Max. Cheney, please, for Mary's sake.
Mary. Grand girl, Max said. Not to worry, he'll come back okay somehow.
He's sinking very fast, Dr. Benson. You have to give him a transfusion right away.
If my blood type finds group 4.
Now, we'll see. Nurse, look up Cheney. Number 7083 in those files. I had the warden transfer all the medical records to his house here, just in case. Saves time we take doing blood tests.
Splendid. Well, Dr. Tracy, we can at least tell Mary that her husband was alive and uninjured at the last report.
Yes, but it's a fool's paradise, Dr. Benson. A lot can happen in 40 minutes now. Oh, thank you, nurse. Prepare for a transfusion immediately. Let's see. Oh, confound it. Cheney's a type 3 blood group. You're 4, and so am I. No, I guess... Hold on.
Yeah?
Mrs. Sanders' test typed her as group 3. Shall we call her, Dr. Benson?
Oh, I'm sure she'd want you to.
Bring Mrs. Sanders in, nurse. We'll start the transfusion immediately. Now, I'll test Cheney's blood with hers for a final fusion checkup. We'd better get this arm here patched up a little.
Open your hand, Cheney. Come on. It won't hurt.
Doc, keep it. Texas. Clean.
All right, well, hey. What's this in his hand? What? A piece of celluloid. Why, I think this is one of the knife handles they make here in the prison. They ship them outside for blades.
But celluloid in a prison. One of the most inflammable substances in existence.
Texas. Tell the doc. Warden stored 500 pounds. stories.
Dr. Benson, hold on to this piece of celluloid.
Yeah.
Don't let it get away from you. Warden Bullard stored 500 pounds of that celluloid against my warning in an unprotected storeroom next to the cell block.
Good Lord.
Dr. Benson, the warden has been grossly negligent. He alone has caused the death of 7 men tonight.
Warden Bullard, how can you face those 7 accusing phantoms? 7 lives snuffed out because of you. Perhaps more to die. Will Max Sanders be one, Warden Bullard?
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Where'd you get the black eye, Ethelbert?
At a concert.
A concert? What were you doing?
I was just telling this fellow we have better music at the Blue Note Cafe.
And?
He turned out to be the conductor's brother.
Ooh, well, that'll teach you a lesson, Ethelbert. When you're with strangers, it's safer to talk about something everyone agrees on.
Like what, for instance?
Like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Bright New Star. Late afternoon, a Metropolitan Theater. Its auditorium is empty and its half-lighted stage is bare, except for several dozen folding chairs and a few rough tables that have been used for a rehearsal. In the center of the stage stands a smiling young woman surrounded by newspaper reporters and photographers. Among them, Ann Williams and Casey.
Tilt your head up just a little more, Miss Holliday. It'll give you a better neckline.
Make the smile a little wider, please.
I'll try, gentlemen.
That's it. Hold it.
There. Now sit down and cross your legs. Huh?
Yeah, we want a little cheesecake.
All right. Will this do?
Pull the skirt a little higher.
Like this?
That's swell.
Say, you photographers get out of the way and give us reporters a chance.
Danny, you can take over as far as I'm concerned. I wasted enough good Super Pan press film on this publicity build-up.
Think, she's pretty, Casey?
Sure, but I think she'd double-cross her own mother in order to get what she wants.
She'll be getting what any woman would want when this play opens tomorrow night. Her name and lights and... Oh, she's half as good as the raid notices she got on the out-of-town tryout. She'll be the biggest smash we've had for a long time.
Yeah. Well, go on over and get your interview. I'll have a gab with Hartley Owens.
Oh, he's a nice old thing. I'm glad he's finally got what seems an assured success in this play.
Yeah, so am I. He must have been down to his last half a shoestring when he got his mitts on this comedy.
Well, get over to this bright new star and hear her throbbing success story. Join you later.
Okay, Annie. Hello, Mr. Owens.
Hello, Casey. It's nice of all you newspaper boys and girls to come here today and give me this break.
You made sure we'd give you this break.
You mean the insurance story?
Uh-huh. It's a corny old publicity gag, Mr. Owens, but it always works. When we got the release about you insuring your new star for $250,000 and then verified the truth of it, well, it made good copy.
Well, the $250,000 life insurance policy I took out on Sandra Holliday wasn't merely a bid for publicity, Casey.
Huh?
That little girl over there in my play, I've got an SRO hit that'll make me several millions. Without her, I got another turkey.
As good as all that, huh?
She's sensational.
Your press agent said you discovered her in a Chicago night spot, but he soft-pedaled beyond that. What's the dope on her?
Oh, strictly off the record, Casey. She was entertaining in a pretty low dive when I found her. One of Murray Solano's places.
Uh-oh. I knew Solano when he was running a clip joint in this town. It was a honey.
So is Solano. I'm very much afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of complications.
Huh?
Solano's crazy about this girl. He wants to marry her.
Ooh. Well, if she does, the publicity will wreck both her and your show. You know, among other assorted crimes and misdemeanors, that guy is strongly suspected of a couple of murders.
Well, she won't marry him. As a matter of fact, Sandra's even more anxious to get rid of him than I am, but Solano has money, Casey. He was helpful to her before I took her out of his place. I think that she had encouraged him a little too much.
Now it's going to be hard to give him a brush off.
Very hard. He's followed her here. He even managed to get a suite at the Quarterly Blenheim where she's stopping, and on the same floor. Sandra wishes to be completely free of him. She's temperamental and impulsive. If she doesn't handle the situation wisely, he might get nasty.
He will. Murray Solano was born nasty.
Hello, Horace.
Oh, good afternoon, Bernice.
Our dear little Sandra seems to be having a most enjoyable session with the newspaper people.
Yes, indeed. Bernice, allow me to present Mr. Casey of the Morning Express. Casey, this is my other great star, Miss Rolfe.
Well, it's a great pleasure to meet you, Miss Rolfe. I've admired your acting a long time.
Thank you. You're a photographer, Mr. Casey?
Yes.
Then why aren't you taking pictures of Mr. Owen's sensational discovery?
Well, I've already taken some. I'd like to shoot several of you, Miss Rolfe.
That's diplomatic.
Bernice, my dear, you know.
Yes, Horace. I know. Good day, Mr. Casey.
So long, Miss Rolfe. Her nose is out of joint, huh?
Oh, she's terribly jealous of Sandra. When this play went into rehearsal, Bernice was engaged for what then seemed to be the stellar role. But when the writers and my other associates in the production saw what we had in Sandra, her part was lengthened and developed, and Bernice's was cut. If I hadn't had her signed to an ironclad contract, she'd have walked out on me.
Must be pretty hard for her to take. Bernice Rolfe's an established star, and to have an unknown come in and take all the gravy.
Well, it made her rather poisonous, to say the least.
Yeah.
Bernice has rooms at the Quarterly Blenheim, too, on the same floor as Sandra and Solano and me. I'm going to have a time preserving peace there as well as the theater.
Isn't that Solano coming in?
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen him in a long time. He's put on a lot of weight.
Hello?
Well, Casey. Long time no see.
Yes, long time, Solano.
Been shooting pictures of Sandra, huh? She is something, ain't she?
A bombshell, from what I'm told.
A guy with eyes shouldn't have to be told. After my first look at her, Casey, I knew she had everything.
You've known her for some time?
Not long enough. The only I figured it'd make Sandra feel good if I threw a party in her honor tonight. You know, give her a big send-off with flowers and champagne, wish her success. So I've made arrangements at the Silver Flower.
No, Mr. Solano, I told you there'd be no parties tonight. Tomorrow night's our opening, and Sandra must have complete rest until then.
Not with that rest stuff. That kid likes excitement. Hey, Sandra.
Yes?
I want to talk to you a minute.
I'm terribly busy.
Excuse me, Casey. I've got to make sure she doesn't...
Yeah, I'll go with you, Mr. Owen.
Ditch those newspaper characters for a minute and get an earful of what I've cooked up. I'm throwing a big party for you tonight, kid.
Mr. Owens doesn't want me to go out this evening.
Go on. Now, here's what we're going to do, babe.
How dare you call me babe?
Huh?
Mr. Solano, you neither know me long enough nor well enough to call me babe.
Thought this was an act, kid.
It is not an act. I want you to leave me alone.
I thought your head has been getting bigger and your hat a little higher.
Mr. Owens, please have this man put out of the theater.
Sandra...
Put me out, huh?
Isn't it plain enough that I don't want to see you anymore?
Yeah. It is now. Come on, babe. Thanks for finally giving it to me straight, just how I stand.
Sandra, you shouldn't have done that. Not the way you did.
I told you I was fed up with him, Mr. Owens. And you wanted him out of the way.
Solano's dangerous.
I'm not afraid of him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry this unpleasant scene had to occur before you. Now, as I was telling you reporters, I was brought up in an exclusive section of Pittsburgh. My father worked in a bank.
Probably a gravel bank.
Casey, what do you suppose the lowdown is on that Solano person?
I'll tell you when we get out of here, Annie. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
So long, Mr. Owens.
Casey...
Yeah?
will you excuse us a moment, Miss Williams?
Certainly.
Casey, you're an old friend, so I know everything I've told you will be off the record. This opening tomorrow night, the success of my new star, means everything to me. The wrong sort of publicity at this time.
Yes, I understand. Well, don't worry. Nothing to hurt your show. We'll get into the Express, and the people here from other papers are young in the racket. They don't know Solano.
Thanks. You think you might try to harm Sandra?
It was pretty rough, the way she gave him the gate. Solano's going to be plenty burnt. Look, why don't you play safe and get her a bodyguard?
I shall. That'll be good publicity.
Yeah. You would think of that, Hank.
Second nature, my boy. But seriously, until I secure guards for the job, I'll keep very close watch over her myself.
Well, that'll be easy since you're stopping at the same hotel. Well, so long, Mr. Owens.
And so long, Casey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Owens. Miss Sandra Holliday doesn't answer her telephone.
Well, I'm sure she's in her suite, operator, probably sleeping soundly. She has a breakfast appointment with me this morning, and I promised to wake her with a call, so please try again.
Very well, Mr. Owens.
Don't waste time knocking at that door, man. Open it.
If I use my pass key on Miss Holliday's door, you must take the responsibility, Mr. Owens. Ladies don't usually like it when house detectives barge in.
I'll take all responsibility. I tell you, I've been trying to rouse her by phone for almost half an hour.
Don't be worried, sir. She may have gone out.
I told her not to go out. Open that door.
Here you are, sir. But nothing ever happens to people in this hotel. Merciful Lord. Her head's all bashed in. She's dead.
Dead before she could open tonight. I've lost at least $1 million.
You can think of money at a time like this?
Yes. And of paying off the man I think has robbed me of it. He's in this hotel, on this floor, if he hasn't run away. Call the police and then arrest Murray Solano.
Our story will continue in just a moment. Want to make your folks' mouths water with a surefire dessert? Then let it be homemade pie, and set it on the table in a gleaming anchor-hocking oven glass pie plate. Its fluffy, light brown crust will give a tempting hint of the goodness within. Peaches, berries, or creamy lemon meringue. And those delicious pies will be even better when baked in a Fire King oven glass pie plate, because they bake all the way through. And after the last delicious piece is tucked away, that beautiful Fire King oven glass plate washes clean in a jiffy. Now, right now, your favorite 5 and 10 cent store and all other stores selling household glass are featuring an unusual bargain. A big 9 1/2 inch Fire King oven glass pie plate at only 25 cents. Slightly more in distant cities. Be sure to get your Fire King oven glass pie plate now while the supply lasts. You'll enjoy it for years because, like all Fire King oven glass, it's guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Ask for Fire King oven glass by name. Another product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
You and this house detective went to Solano's rooms right after you phoned me at headquarters, Mr. Owens?
Yes, Captain. Solano wasn't there.
The guy left in such a hurry, Captain Logan. He took nothing but the clothes he was wearing.
Which means that after he killed Sandra, he lost no time in making his getaway. Casey, have you told Captain Logan what happened at the theater yesterday?
Yes, on our way here, I happened to be in Logan's office when the murder report came in.
You, house detective, what's your name?
Bannon, sir.
Have you made any check on Solano's movements, Bannon?
Yes, Captain. He was last seen coming into the hotel about 12 o'clock last night. And no one remembers seeing him leave again after that.
I'll put my men checking on that. Well, until the medical examiner gets here and gives me the lowdown, I guess this woman's been dead about 8 hours. Since 2 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, that's my guess, too, Logan.
I'm glad to have your support, Casey.
Happy to give it to you, pal. And the murder instrument was obviously that heavy brass candlestick from which somebody has carefully removed all the fingerprints.
Well, a guy like Solano would remember to do that.
Yeah, but would Solano have used the candlestick?
Why not?
Ah. I can see him giving her the business with a gun or his fist or by choking her to death.
If he used a gun, the shot would have been hers.
Yes, I know that, but I don't know, the picture doesn't seem just right. How did he get in here between midnight and 2 in the morning?
Well, I think Sandra let him in herself, Casey, perhaps because I instructed her not to do so under any circumstances. You saw yesterday how headstrong she was, and she had no fear of Solano.
I thought you were going to get guards for her, Mr. Rose.
I did. Men from the Phoenix Detective Agency would be close to her every minute after this morning.
After this morning?
Well, Sandra had promised me she wouldn't leave her suite until she accompanied me to breakfast, Captain. I was foolish enough to think she'd be safe there. I'm a man who makes big mistakes. I've made nothing else during the last half-dozen years. Now, I've made my biggest and lost a fortune.
Your show has no chance without Miss Holliday, huh?
None whatsoever. Oh, if my stockholders insist, I'll put in another actress and give the thing a showing here, but they'll be wise if they let it drop and console themselves with the return of their investments from the insurance I took out on Sandra's life.
Oh, your stockholders share in that $250,000 policy.
Well, naturally. Picked them from all lost.
Who are your stockholders?
Why, that's a private business matter, Captain.
There can be no privacy where murder is concerned.
Yes, you're right. Well, you're probably aware, Captain, conservative businessmen rarely wish it known that they invest in anything as speculative as a theatrical venture. So I must ask you and Casey to treat the information you've requested as confidential.
Oh, certainly. Sure.
R.G. Whipple, the banker, is my chief backer. State Senator Pearson is the other.
Thanks. I have to ask a lot of personal questions in a case of this sort, Mr. Owen.
Well, I trust that I'm not under any suspicion. This investigation of my affairs will show you I had every reason to keep Sandra Holliday alive.
I believe that, Mr. Owen. But, Murray Solano may not have been the only person who would have liked to have seen her dead.
What? You think somebody else?
Bernice Rolfe wasn't exactly a friend of Miss Holliday. Jealous women could be as murderous as jilted men.
Oh, Casey, I'm sure that Bernice...
Hey, what's this about?
Well, Mr. Owens can give you the details better than I can, Logan. And after he gets through, I think there's an actress you want to talk to. An old star who didn't like being outshone by a new one.
Hey, Joe. Yeah? Colonel Bernstein wants another mint julep, and we're all out of mint.
I'll get some right away, Ethelbert.
Yeah, make him the julep when you do.
Okay.
Joe just lets things go behind this bar.
Joe does.
Sure, Miss Williams, I'm not supposed to do everything.
Everything.
Now, go on with what you were saying, Casey. Captain Logan didn't get anything out of Bernice Rolfe, huh?
No, nothing. Nothing except denials, pal. She had every opportunity last night to make a round trip from her rooms in that hotel to Miss Holliday's suite. As a member of the show, Holliday would naturally have let her come in.
But Miss Rolfe says she didn't go near Sandra Holliday's suite last night, and nobody saw her go near it.
Nobody saw Solano go near it either, Annie.
Nobody saw anybody go near it, did they?
Apparently not. Well, I think it's a waste of time to suspect anyone but Solano. The simple fact that he sneaked out of that hotel and he's hiding from the cops now is proof of his guilt.
Annie, that's circumstantial evidence.
You don't believe Solano did the job, huh, Casey?
Well, Ethelbert, I'm trying to keep an open mind about it. The guy, of course, is a lousy racketeer. He's a suspected killer. But he's never shown the kind of a yellow streak that a guy must have before he beats a woman's brains out and from behind her back at that. Oh, I don't know. I'm probably all wrong. Logically, he's the guy, but... Well, I have a hunch.
Uh-oh.
One of them things again, huh?
Yeah.
Placing any bets on it? I got a couple of bucks in my pocket that ain't working.
Yeah, well, keep it there. My common sense tells me this hunch is wrong.
I'll take that $2 bet, Ethelbert.
Huh?
On Casey's hunch being right, Miss Williams?
On his common sense being wrong. I'll always bet on that.
Annie, what do you mean
The bet's $2 his hunch is right because his common sense is wrong.
That's it.
It's a deal. But remember, in past experience, I think I've stuck my neck out for the losing end.
Oh, yeah?
Casey, as my sister Edna says, quote, people are like onions. They usually repeat. Pardon me. I mean, unquote.
My admiring friend.
How's Hartley Owens taking the whole thing, Casey? Everybody says he'd be riding high again if his show could have opened with that girl.
Well, he's taking it like any guy would who lost a potential $1 or $2 million.
He'll collect on that big insurance policy, of course.
Only a small part of it, 20%. $50,000 is peanuts to what he would have made on the show with Sandra Holliday.
Who gets the other 80%?
His backers.
Who'll make plenty on their investments.
Say, maybe one of them backers figured insurance dough was more sure than that show being a hit.
No. Forget it. Logan checked the backers. They're both very rich, very law-abiding guys who wouldn't have and couldn't have killed Sandra Holliday.
How can you say that Big Jim Maxon is law-abiding? Why, he ain't even very rich.
Big Jim Maxon? What about him?
Who runs Maxon's Tavern?
I know.
You know, he's in the rackets, Casey.
Well, what's Big Jim Maxon got to do with it?
He's one of Hartley Owens' backers.
What?
Big Jim? Oh, you're nuts.
He told me he was. Said he bought 20% of the show for $10,000.
He told you?
Only a couple of nights ago. He asked me to keep it confidential, kind of that hard-boiled wife of his wouldn't approve. And he said that Heine Troutman, the gambler, had 20% too.
Casey, this may mean that...
Annie, sure. Look, come on. We're going to find Logan. Then call on Big Jim and Heine Troutman.
Why, Casey?
Well, when we have time to tell you, pal, I think it'll cost $2. $2.
$2?
Your bet to me, Ethelbert. Against Casey's Hunt.
Sit down, gentlemen.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Owens. We won't be here very long.
Neither will you, Mr. Owens.
I, Casey?
Uh-huh. Nice suite of rooms he has, Logan. He's going to miss it.
I don't understand.
This afternoon, I called on the backers of your show whose names you gave me, Mr. Whipple and Mr. Pearson.
I'm sure they confirmed everything I told you.
They did, 100%.
Yeah, but tonight we made other calls on Big Jim Maxon.
And Heine Troutman.
I don't know what
Oh, yes, you do.
You sold 140% of your show, Owen. You expected the show to be a flop, which would mean no payoffs to anybody but yourself.
I made sure it would be a flop. You put an unknown entertainer into one of the big parts. But she made your turkey into a hit.
If she'd opened here in the big town, you'd have been called upon to pay out 40% more than the show could bring in. To 2 hard-boiled businessmen and 2 tough racketeers.
When you got the bright idea of insuring Miss Holliday's life, the business guys with their lawyers made you sign over an interest in the policy to the extent of the shares they bought, 80%. But in the deal you made with Maxon and Troutman, you merely had to return their invested dough, $20,000, if Miss Holliday's death made the insurance collectible.
So, to keep yourself from being sent to jail by the business guys or being rubbed out by the racketeers when they got wise that you'd sold them watered stock.
And to still make $30,000 out of your swindle, it had backfired.
You killed Sandra Holliday.
You may as well admit it, Owens.
Solano killed her. Solano did it.
You made it look that way.
Oh, he was to be your fall guy. Now, stick out your wrist, Owens. I've got a pair of bracelets for you.
Oh, no.
Look, give me that gun.
If either of you take a step, I'll shoot.
You think I came here to arrest a murderer without posting 10 men in the hall outside to cover us?
Nobody's going to get me. There's an extension roof only a floor below these windows. I'll jump and get away.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am crazy. So crazy I'm going to kill both of you.
He's going to shoot you. Wait.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Well, who fired?
I got the rat, Captain.
Solano.
Yeah, Casey. You're okay. Just getting my mitt won't do you and Captain Logan any damage.
Thanks.
Yeah, $1 million.
Funny. I never thought I'd save the life of a cop and a newspaper guy, but things don't always happen the way we figure.
Yeah, we just found that out. Tell me, how did you get in this room?
That's funny, too. I was coming along the hall this morning when I heard Owens and that house dick talking in Sandra's suite. I heard him say she was dead. And Owens said I'd killed her. Knowing how I stand with cops and having no alibi, I did a quick duck through another open door into here.
You've been hiding out in Owens' suite?
You cops never bothered to look for me in the rooms of the guy who'd set you to hunting me. He didn't know I was here. Any more than I knew he was the rat who killed Sandra. Funny all around.
Funny. Wouldn't have been funny for Logan and me if you hadn't been here.
That maniac had the drop on us. We hadn't a chance.
Maniac, huh?
You heard him. He was crazy.
Owens is coming, too. You didn't kill him, Solano.
I'll get a doctor for him. First, give me your gun, Solano. Casey and I are thankful you had one and used it as you did.
I'm keeping this gun.
Huh?
Got a little job to do.
Solano.
The rat who turned my girl against me and then killed her isn't going to die of old age in an asylum.
Solano!
Hey, that gun. Fool. You can have the gat now, Captain.
You're under arrest, Solano. For murder.
Sure, Captain. Funny, ain't it? The way you finally pinned me for a rat in the hot seat.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. If you enjoy really good beer, the most important thing to look for, aside from the label, is the kind of container it comes in. Be sure it's a bottle, a glass bottle, for glass and only glass can bring you beer and ale the way it's meant to taste, with no foreign flavor. Now, today, you can buy beer and ale in a brand new kind of glass bottle, so light and compact, so inexpensive to brewers, that it requires no deposit. Yes, sir, never again will you have to worry about those extra pennies or about returning empties to the store. Simply enjoy your favorite beer or ale, and when the bottle is empty, throw it away. This amazing new one-way bottle is a natural for picnics that looks well on any table. For beer that's brewery bright, demand a glass bottle. And for convenience, demand your favorite brand in the Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
It was funny, Casey, how Solano was finally got for murder.
Well, I'm not laughing about it, Ethelbert.
No, he saved Casey's life. And Logan.
Well, not only that, Well, Solano's a bad guy. He's deserved a life sentence or the chair for a long time, but... Oh, nuts, I don't know.
Say, Ethelbert, I just remembered. You owe me $2 on that bet.
Yeah, my hunch was right.
Terrible hot weather we've been having, ain't it?
My $2, Ethelbert.
Yeah, hope it's cooler tomorrow. What'd you say, Miss Williams?
You know, Ethelbert, a better always pays up promptly.
Yeah, when it's cooler, it'll be much better.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Deese. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The part of Hartley Owens was played by Roger the Coven. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Tomorrow, August 1st, is the 40th anniversary of the Army Air Forces. Anchor Hocking joins in saluting the men of this great organization and in reminding the nation they serve that air power is peace power. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is a crime club. I'm the librarian. The Gypsy Sings of Death. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. The Gypsy Sings of Death. The very unusual story of an old gypsy custom that led to custom-made murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening all over New York. But in the time-forgetting atmosphere of the Caravan, a gypsy nightclub, time had stopped for Toby Randolph as she reached across the table for the hand of Paul Palmer, the well-known Broadway columnist and man of her dreams.
What's the matter, Toby? Got a pain?
Oh, Paul, darling. I'm so glad you brought me to this place. It's like the open country. A campfire. Sweet, intoxicating music of guitars in the night.
What guitars? Flap your wings, honey. You're taking off.
Oh, shut up.
And I thought you loved me. Well, live and learn.
Just try living for a change.
Marriage in a house in the country, eh?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. I bet many a family was launched in this place. Dan Harrigan, the bride's best friend.
Who's Dan Harrigan?
The guy who owns his den of delusion and false promise.
Well, you don't say. Maybe I should meet him. Is he a gypsy?
No, dear. He's not even a human being.
Oh.
That's life, Angel. One disappointment after another.
I'll get over it.
The blessings of youth. But don't look now, Toby. There's another blessing coming this way. And she's gorgeous.
Oh?
Good evening. May I sit down?
Why not?
Thank you. I am Fatima. I must read the leaves in your teacup.
Oh, a fortune teller. How about reading mine?
I will do it only for the gentleman. Will you permit me, sir?
How can I refuse?
It is well that you do not. Your cup, please.
So, you're working for Dan Harrigan, eh?
Ah.
You must be the new one. I haven't seen you around here before.
I'm still here, Paul.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, Fatima, what about this mess in the teacup?
I see adventure for you. Much excitement and great danger.
Any particulars?
I see a festival. The festival of Zoroaster. You will be there.
Who's going to take me?
You will go. And you will meet Hakim, the king of the gypsy tribe. And Dagmar, the beautiful daughter of his third wife. And you will meet Kismet, the medium who communicates with the spirits of the departed. Beware of him.
He's bad, eh?
He will be jealous of you, but there is another who will hate you to the death.
Who?
I cannot see him. The leaves have become confused.
Like I've been since I met Paul.
That is all. I must go now.
No, wait a minute, Fatima. You can't leave me with an unknown enemy. Suppose I met him face to face.
Please, no more.
Oh, the lady wants to go.
But she told me... Oh. Hello, Dan.
There's no story in her for your daily column.
Not with you around, eh? But let's be polite. Toby Randolph, this is Dan Harrigan.
Really?
Yeah. Come on, Fatima. We'll be late for the festival.
Yes, Dan.
So long, Paul. Drop in again sometime. I'm always glad to see you.
Well, darling, there goes your gypsy love song.
In swing time. Angel, don't you want that slave bracelet?
What slave bracelet?
Right there on the table. Must have slipped off your arm.
Not off mine, dearest.
Then it must be Fatima's.
Get that hunting look out of your eyes, Paul.
The Festival of Zoroaster. That gang of gypsies she found in my teacup.
Let's order some more tea and drown them.
Let's not, sweetheart. Let's find out about the festival and see what they look like. My column's bursting with curiosity.
Hakim, it is time for the festival to begin, and we're not there.
We stay in this house, Dagmar, until Fatima returns.
Until Fatima returns.
Kismet, you speak. What is the good word from the spirit?
I was not communicating with him. I think only of Fatima and how she keeps her father, the king of the tribe, waiting.
I am her father, and I do not mind.
It is not right, Hakim, when there is no reason.
She's working for Dan Harrigan.
That flea on the back of a dog.
Well spoken, my friend. But in this world, business comes before festival.
If she has not forgotten us for Dan Harrigan.
Dagmar, foolish daughter of my third wife, what tickles your nose now?
Kismet. He's jealous of every man that looks at Fatima.
She's my betrothed. On her wrist is my bracelet. I want my future wife to be like the sky on a cloudless day.
Can the daughter of my flesh and blood be otherwise?
It can happen, Hakim. We've been here in New York too long.
Yes.
I hear Dagmar agrees with you.
Sometimes, Hakim, I feel we shall never see the open sky again.
You have only to look up.
Hakim!
Here we prosper, and here we stay. I have gone to great pains to settle my tribe. And you, Kismet, has not your spiritualist business put you in the income tax class?
I can find the same spirits in Philadelphia and Cleveland and as far west as Chicago. But it is not for me alone.
No.
Even now, on the night of the festival, the people of our tribe are grumbling.
They want to move, Hakim. They say you are getting old and too tired to be our king.
Father.
Fatima.
Father, I did not mean to be late, but then Harrigan...
What has he done to you?
Silence, Kismet. Now, Fatima, you may tell us about Dan Harrigan.
He has gone to the festival, Father.
Oh?
He's going to make trouble if we do not pack and move tonight.
I see.
He will not let you forget that you are working for him. I'm frightened, Father.
By the lightning that never strikes twice, I begin to understand. There's grumbling among my people. Dan Harrigan's work.
Grumbling?
Have you not heard? The people are saying that...
Quiet, Dagmar. It is serious business.
But Kismet, Fatima's not wearing your bracelet of betrothal.
She's not? She is not. Fatima, where is that priceless token of my love?
I gave it to a stranger.
You gave it to her? Oh, Rimba, what is the meaning of this?
I could not help myself, Kismet.
Betrothed to a stranger, and with my bracelet. What is the name of this foul dog, Fatima?
Paul Palmer. Every day he writes about people in the newspaper.
I will cut his heart out. I will squeeze him in my hands.
Well, the problems of being a king.
Fatima, is he handsome, this Paul Palmer?
Yes, Dagmar. He's almost beautiful.
Close your foolish mouth, daughter of my third wife. We are going to the festival now. It is a moment of solemn consideration.
Paul, this is wonderful. Imagine living all your life and never seeing a show like this.
You're looking at my column for tomorrow, Toby.
And you're still looking for Fatima.
How'd you guess?
Oh, darling, can't we forget her and enjoy this festival by ourselves?
That bracelet's burning a hole in my pocket.
That's not the only thing that's burning, Paul.
Huh?
You, dear. But I'm the patient type. I'd make such a good wife. Look out, Paul.
Hey.
Sorry, my friend.
Why don't you look where you're going?
Or at least go where you're looking.
It is my fault. I have so many unhappy thoughts my eyes do not care to see. She's beautiful.
He knows all the right words. I like him, Paul.
Paul?
With a Palmer hanging on. Say, maybe you can tell me where I can find Fatima.
Paul Palmer. Rimba. It is he.
Paul, he's got a knife.
The murderer of my love life.
Hey, wait a minute.
Enough, I am Kismet, the medium whose spirit you have destroyed. Now I will show you.
Oh, no, you won't. Drop that knife.
First, I will kill you. Foolish man, do you think you can hold my wrist forever?
Paul, grip him. Do something.
I can't, Toby. This guy's built like a rock. Get help.
Where? Everybody's standing around watching this.
Not everybody, thank the Lord.
Kismet, you fool. What are you doing?
Nothing to feel, Fatima.
Stop it. Leave him alone.
Fatima, you slapped me. You have disgraced me before the tribe.
I will have you expelled.
You have disgraced me before the tribe.
Phew. What's that bruiser got against me?
Oh, the music. Shall we dance, Paul?
Oh, I want to know.
It will not be too painful.
Well,
we will dance.
Any mind, Toby?
Go ahead, sucker. But before you take that first step, make sure she's not going to waltz you into a casket.
You're so nice, Paul. And you dance like a real prince.
Thanks for the promotion. What's cooking, Fatima?
Cooking?
With the bracelet. You didn't leave that trinket with me as a token of your undying love.
But I did.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I want you to keep it forever.
There are easier ways of getting into my column, Fatima.
You do me a great injustice, Paul.
How about coming across?
What?
With the truth, baby. The thing that can stand up and be counted.
I do not know what you mean.
All right, then. We'll call it a night. So long.
No, please. I cannot talk now.
Why not?
Dan Harrigan is watching us.
Where?
Do not turn around. He must not know we're talking about him.
Okay, then. We'll waltz out of here.
Please. I'm not allowed to leave.
Uh-huh.
Do not force me. No one is allowed to leave before the ritual.
Uh-huh.
The ritual of Zoroaster should begin very soon. Be patient, please. When it is over, I will tell you the whole story.
I haven't got that much time. Come on. Now, what's this?
Dagmar.
I've seen worse.
She's my sister, Paul.
Oh, glad to meet the family.
She's not a blood relation, but I love her very much.
What's that?
She is the daughter of my father's third wife. She's my stepsister.
Did she bring that gargle with her?
Oh, you did not lie, Fatima. He is almost beautiful.
So there's been talk behind my back.
Could I have one dance with him?
Of course, Dagmar. I will come back after the ritual.
Oh, hey, wait. She can't do this to me.
Is it so unpleasant, dear?
I'm a busy man, Dagmar.
Look at me. Have I not many things to recommend me?
I've got other things to do besides, you certainly have.
We will dance now, huh?
Oh, well, I'm only human.
I found you at last. Welcome, Paul Father. I receive you as a new member of the tribe.
Who is this, Dagmar? Another member of the family?
I am Hakim, the father of Fatima, the king of the tribe.
Okay. Do I call you Majesty or just Pop?
It's good. A man with humor is fit to be prince. Now I must acquaint you with the custom of my people.
As long as you don't use a knife.
A betrothed never dances with another girl until after the wedding ceremony.
I'll make a note of it, Your Majesty.
It is about to begin. The ritual of Zoroaster. I must go now.
So sorry.
But we will meet when it is no more. Future son-in-law. And we will make plans for your wedding.
Tell me, Dagmar, is the king all right?
Oh, yes.
Then why'd he call me future son-in-law?
You are betrothed to Fatima.
Me?
You accepted her bracelet, did you not?
I did not.
Prince Paul Palmer.
I'd better find Toby and get out of here. Hey, what's the idea? The lights have been turned out.
The ritual begins in total darkness, Paul. The sacred moment has arrived. No one may leave.
What happens if somebody tries?
No one ever tries. It is forbidden by the laws.
Don't try to hold me, Dagmar. Get your arms off my neck. Dagmar. Hey. Somebody put up those lights. Put those lights up and be quick about it, will you? I've got a corpse around my neck.
Oh.
Toby, am I glad to see you?
Oh, that girl.
Somebody pushed a knife into her back while the lights were out.
Who?
I don't know, but
I'm going out for the police.
You are not going anywhere, my friend.
Kismet.
Murderer.
What?
He's talking to me, honey.
You have desecrated the ritual of Zoroaster. People of the tribe of Hakim, why did he do it?
He didn't.
Why did this stranger come among us to darken our lives with murder?
Paul, we've got to stop him. He's inciting that mob to riot.
Change that label to manslaughter, Toby.
We were happy people. We lived in peace. We loved one another. And then came this stranger. And with him came death. Shall we let our once gay Dagmar go unavenged?
This is it, honey. Give my regards to Broadway. I had a great column.
What is it that goes on here?
There, look. Hakim. Dagmar is dead.
Dagmar! Oh, once happy daughter of my third wife. What has the curse of Harrigan done to you?
Harrigan?
He is the knife in the back of my tribe.
Then Harrigan did not kill Dagmar. It was this man, this foreigner.
Enough, Kismet! I forbid you to offend the future prince of the house of Hakim.
Yes, Hakim.
Paul, was he talking about you?
Yeah.
The women will prepare Dagmar for burial. Come with me, Paul, my son.
Where to, Pop?
My throne room. You will be safe there. And we shall be able to talk about things that matter. You will come in after me, Paul.
Naturally. The king always goes first.
Well, we made it. Let's give 3 cheers for Alma Mater.
Paul, who is this woman?
Toby Randolph, one of the common people.
But
she's all right, Pop. She hates Dan Harrigan.
Oh.
She's going to be very useful to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's very beautiful. But that can wait. Paul, my son, did you kill Dagmar?
Me?
That is enough. By the sacred names of my ancestors, Dan Harrigan has struck for the last time.
Are you sure he did it, Pop?
How can it be otherwise? He threatened to destroy me.
What's he got against you?
Wise men make foolish mistakes. Let us talk about your wedding.
Now?
It will take place tomorrow.
But we only just became engaged.
Paul, what wedding is he talking about?
Toby, there's an old gypsy custom that if you take a bracelet...
And you did?
Yes, Angel. Now I'm a man with a betrothal on his hands.
You don't have to go through with it.
Tell it to him. Oh, by the way, Hakim...
Which way, my son?
Where's Fatima?
You're impatient.
She didn't come to the rescue of her future husband when Kismet was whipping the crowd.
Hakim, the evil one is still with us.
Kismet, I give you warning. When you speak of a future prince...
Fatima is no more.
What?
She's gone. Dan Harrigan, too.
What?
It is impossible. The daughter of my own flesh and blood would not deceive.
I have looked everywhere, Hakim.
Listen, future father...
Be calm, my son. I will fix. Come with me, Kismet. We will look together.
Now, Toby, we get out of here.
Through that window. And if I ever see a gypsy again...
You will, but first we're going to Dan Harrigan's apartment.
Are you out of your mind?
I write a column, honey, and the 2 things Broadway likes to know. Murder and what for. Hello, my blushing bride. Imagine finding you here in a strange man's apartment. Imagine it, Toby.
I'm too tired.
Where is he, Fatima?
Dan Harrigan is not here.
Sure.
I'm not joking. I've not seen him since the festival.
Uh-huh.
You will go now?
I will not go now. By the dagger and Dagmar, I'll wait for the truth.
She's told it, Paul.
She has?
I just looked in the other room.
That was nice of you, Toby.
Don't you think I'd make the perfect wife?
Now, Fatima.
I will tell you nothing.
All right, that's too bad. Toby, phone the police headquarters. Tell them we got Dagmar's killer.
All right, Paul.
No, wait. I did not kill Dagmar.
That's the old refrain, Cookie.
I will tell you why I'm here. I'm waiting for Dan Harrigan.
I knew you weren't waiting for a bus.
He killed Dagmar. My father would not move his tribe out of New York, and Dan Harrigan said he would destroy him.
So he daggered Dagmar?
Yes. I saw it with my own eyes.
With both of them?
You do not believe me. You wonder why I did not give a scream or set my people on Dan Harrigan.
You little gypsy mind reader.
I could not open my mouth. And then it was too late. He was gone, and you were screaming.
Why was Dan so anxious to get you and your crowd out of the room?
He has a shipment for delivery to other cities.
Ah, that's what I call a lead.
We do not know what it is. Believe me, Paul. He has been using our caravan for 8 months to make these deliveries. We do not know what or why.
And I'll bet nobody's even bothered to ask, eh?
He would not tell us. And we did it because he paid well. Then we began to think he's making criminals out of us.
So you decided to settle down, and Dagmar was killed.
It was a good plan for Dan Harrigan. We're gypsies. When there is death among us, we cannot go to the police like other people. We must bury our dead and run away.
with an extra husband.
I'm sorry, Paul, if I've deceived you. But I thought perhaps you would frighten Dan Harrigan away from us.
Yeah. Well, Fatima, there's only one thing wrong with your story.
Yes?
I don't believe it.
What?
Tell me what was in those shipments, and maybe I'll change my mind.
We don't care if you don't, Paul.
What?
She's not going to tell you.
How'd you get in here, Dan?
I'm Superman. I walk through walls.
Is there a back door to this apartment?
You don't think I'd live without one, do you?
Or without that gun, either.
That's a great comfort when you run out of ideas. Come on, Fatima. We're going out for some air.
No.
Don't be foolish, baby. You either walk out with me or the boys from the morgue will carry you out.
Paul!
I can't help you, honey. That gun's got me outnumbered.
Very well, Dan Harrigan. I will go with you.
Sorry, Paul. You know how gypsies are. They've got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. Don't write about those shipments she told you about. You'll never be able to prove them.
Come on, Toby. We're going after them. Toby, where are you? Hey, Toby. Well, I'll be a press agent. Toby, wake up. For Pete's sake, get up. Don't you realize you're sleeping in a murderer's bed?
Paul, you don't really think Dan Harrigan would have brought Fatima here to his own gypsy nightclub?
I'm not thinking, Toby. I'm just looking.
2255, 2256,
Excuse me, Mr. Snyder. Can you tell us where...
No, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm counting the day's receipt?
Yes, but I...
2157.
You're cheating, Bud. You were up to 2200 before.
Was I? Now look what you've done. You made me lose my count. What do you want?
Dan Harrigan, that's all.
Well, he isn't here, and he isn't going to be. He called me up and said he was taking a long vacation.
We don't doubt it, but did he say where?
I'm not his confidential secretary, miss. Now, where was I?
2257.
Oh, thank you.
But we'd much rather tell you where you should be.
Of course. 2358, 2358.
Well, what now, Paul?
Just don't look. There's an apparition coming through the door.
Greetings, my friends.
Did he say that to us, Paul?
It seems so, honey. Let me check. Hello, Kismet.
I am so happy to see you again.
He did, Toby.
Are you looking for Dan Harrigan, too?
He's gone out of town.
With our Fatima?
Yours, pal. I give you a quit claim deed right now.
You are my friend, and I can speak to you from my heart.
Does the garlic come from your heart, too?
Do not believe what you hear about Dan Harrigan. He did not go out of New York.
That man over there...
What does he know? He's only a man. But I know Dan Harrigan did not go out of New York.
What makes you so sure?
He has a shipment.
What kind?
Who can tell? Every time it is something else.
Can you give us a hint?
Do you want to help me find my Fatima?
Of course. Anything that'll keep your hand off that knife.
Then we must find Dan Harrigan. Come with me.
Where?
My Temple of Shadows, where I communicate with the spirits.
Can you make them talk?
Talk? Boy, lost friend, but I am sorry for you.
Hand me a crying towel.
A woman like that. No sense. Paul, you will sit over here.
With my hands on the table?
That is not my business. You, foolish woman, you will sit over here.
You like me, don't you?
As the saying goes, I can take it or leave it. Now.
What, Kismet?
We will have a seance. I will reach out for the spirit of Dagmar.
Oh, why her?
Poor Dagmar was evicted from this life before her time. She cannot enter the blessings of Osmond until her murderer has paid for his crime. Therefore, I will ask her, where is Dan Harrigan?
Why didn't you think of this before?
The spirit did not move me.
But it's moving me. I'm going home.
No one goes without Kismet's consent.
You just convinced me. Now put that knife away.
Spirit without two witnesses. Woman, what is wrong with you?
Well, you see, Kismet, it's like this. When I was a little girl,
I proceed with the seance. I shall put myself in a trance.
Can't you do it at the table?
Please, I am the medium. Must be down on my throne. Only from here can I reach the spirits.
Boy, if that guy isn't phony number one, the world's champ. Good heavens, is that what these mediums call a trance?
Phone the police, Toby. I'm afraid we've seen something new in spirit calling.
What do you mean, Paul? Paul, what are you talking about?
Don't touch that chair.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know yet. Give me a minute.
What are you doing?
Just moving the body.
What?
Uh-huh. He's dead. And there's the thing that killed him.
A needle.
Yeah. Stuck into the upholstery under the headrest. And it jabbed him in the back of the neck.
But how?
Poison, darling. Something new in Petty Point.
Oh.
Let's go, honey.
Yes.
There's a phone in the reception room. We'll phone the police.
What's that?
There's someone behind those wall drapes.
You are right. Someone is behind the drapes. Me.
Why, it's Hakim.
My future father-in-law. Did you expect to cut something with that knife, Majesty?
Your throat, my son.
Not tonight, Pop. I got a gun in my pocket, and the law says when you shoot in self-defense, you shoot in self-defense.
You're lying. Do you think you can deceive Hakim?
You hear that? I just released the safety catch. Would you like to hear a shot?
No. I dropped the knife.
I hate to bother you, Toby. Pick it up for me.
No trouble at all, dear. There. I told you I'll make an excellent wife.
Yeah. Well, Hakim, now I'm the boss for real.
You have no pistol?
No pistol. That noise you heard was just two of my fingernails rubbing noses. See?
You are clever, Paul. But you would not be so clever if I were not here, but I would so.
Sure. Now, tell me the story behind your killings.
Dagmar and Kismet were traitors. They did not like the restful life I ordered for them. They wanted to move on, the open road.
Isn't that what gypsies were made for?
They were made to obey their king, but they plotted against me. They poisoned the minds of my people. It was them or abdication.
And you made sure it was them?
What could I do, clever one? What does an old king do when his castle is not in order?
Not what you did, Pop. These days he quits.
These days. These are days, my friends.
What about those shipments you made for Dan Harrigan?
You know about them, too? Well...
I want particulars.
Of course. Dan Harrigan and his tribe would steal. And Hakim and his tribe delivered the merchandise to places in other cities.
What merchandise?
Whatever it suited Dan Harrigan and his tribe to steal. Sometimes fur, sometimes whiskey, sometimes even automobiles.
You were some distributor, weren't you? Hakim, I've got a surprise for you.
You will let me go?
No. I'm going to hand you over to the cops in one piece.
Paul, I'll never forget that look on Dan Harrigan's face when he was brought into police headquarters and saw us there.
Yeah.
Oh, that look on Fatima's face. Imagine that girl telling us she saw Dan Harrigan kill Dagmar.
Yeah.
When she saw Hakim, her own father, do it.
Yeah.
Not that I've got any sympathy for Harrigan. But she had no right to point the finger at him. She should have said nothing if she wanted to save her father.
Yeah.
Oh, well, like father, like daughter. And that was the girl you were going to marry, dear.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, look, Sophie, I gotta get this column out. I've only got 15 minutes of press time.
Of course, dear. Well, here's a lead for that column. Dead duck makes deadline.
Huh?
Good night, you worm.
And so closes tonight's story, The Gypsy Sings of Death. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Chet Stratton played the part of Paul Palmer. Virginia Dwyer was Toby Randolph. Stefan Schnabel was Hakim. Peter Capel played Kismet. Inga Adams was Fatima. Gloria Stenyi was Dagmar. And Barry Thompson was the man.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a going concern that went for murder. It's called A Deed Indeed. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
little more around the shoulders, Joey boy. Just a little more. You take a shower, you get dressed.
Yeah, Pop.
Who's that?
Phil Harris.
Okay.
Who invites who into my dressing room?
Never mind.
Now beat it, both of you guys. Come on out. Relax, Joey. Pop.
Yeah?
Out. Now, wait a minute. Nobody throws my manager out of my place. You stick, Pop.
I'll see you later, Joey. A couple of things I got to do. So long.
Well, Terrace, what is all this? I need you here like I need a hole in the head. Oh, why don't you relax, Joey? Sit down, Clumpy.
Sure, Mr. Terrace. Hey, there ain't no chairs.
Don't let a little thing like that stop you. Joey, how'd you like to make some money? Big money. Easy money. How would you like me to throw you out on your ear? Look, Terrace, I don't like you. I don't like guys like you. I'm a fighter. I got two hands. I got a head.
With nothing in it, or you wouldn't be loosening your lid without listening.
Look, maybe I didn't make myself plain. I don't like you. I don't like gamblers. The only thing I like to do is fight. But I fight honest.
Sure. Now, look, Joey, that's fine. That's all wonderful. Ideals are wonderful things. You keep them. Only keep them in the background where they won't get in the way of your making an easy dollar. Now, you fight tomorrow night. Now, I got a proposition for you.
I got one for you. I don't throw any fights for you or anybody else. So get out of here before I bounce you out. What are you getting?
Clumpy.
Sure, boss.
Now? Why not?
So you two are going to get tough. Good. That's just what I've been...
Nice work, Clumpy.
I done it, Mr. Terrace. Bunged him right on the skull. He'll sleep for a while.
That blackjack of yours provides a rather lethal lullaby, Clumpy.
And how?
Too bad you had to slug him. Too bad he wouldn't listen.
He's a jerk.
I didn't want him to throw any fight. The only thing I wanted was to be sure he was going to try to win tomorrow night.
Yeah, take a look at these hands, honey.
Uh-huh.
They ain't very pretty, are they?
Oh, they are to me, Joey.
You got bum taste, honey. Bum taste in hands, bum taste in boyfriends. What do you want you to look like me?
What? Anybody else said that, Joey, I'd brain him.
That's my girl.
Anybody says anything different than that, I'd brain him, too.
You can't go around braining people just like that, honey.
Only one way to make me stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the way. Well, I got a fight tomorrow night, and I'm keeping you awake, so I think...
Hi, kid.
Oh, Pop.
Hello, Pop. I was just leaving, so it's perfectly all right with me if you want to tuck your little lightweight into bed.
Hey, in a minute. You better wait a while, honey.
Oh, how bad can that be?
Hey, what's going on, Pop? Why did you walk out of the dressing room this afternoon when Phil Terrace told you to?
That's what's going on, Joey. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I'm listening.
Terrace didn't want you to throw the bout tomorrow, Joey.
No? I'll bet.
He didn't. He's got a bundle going on you, same as I have. He's betting you to win.
What?
So what did he want, then?
Wanted to know Joey'd be in there trying. What I think he's doing is building up Joey until I get Joey a big match. Then he's going to want Joey to lay down.
Hey, Pop, what kind of business is this? I'm a fighter. When I win, I win. When I lose, it's because some other guy hits harder. Now, let's skip all this talk about throwing fights. I got to get to sleep.
Sure, boy, sure.
Night, honey.
Night, Joey. Make it good tomorrow night. I'll be listening.
I'll do my best.
Sure.
How much dough we got going on this tomorrow night, Pop?
The bankroll, Joey, the works. $35,000 at even money.
What did I say to you, honey? Did I do my best?
That's what my boy said.
I'll take it back. For $35,000, I'll do even better than that.
Well, Vance, that's the end of the round. Good fight. Glad you came.
Definitely, Markham. I don't think our boy's going to last, though.
Joey Martin, I still think he'll win. The other fellow's tired.
He's tired of hitting Joey's chin so often. Incidentally, even though you are district attorney, you don't have too much drag in this town. I've been in better seats.
The fight was a sellout, and you didn't make up your mind about coming until the last moment. Besides, there wasn't any law against your trying to get the tickets.
There most certainly was. A law I wrote and passed myself. If I tried to get them, we'd be at home listening to this over the radio. I'll tell you something, Markham.
In which event, I'll listen.
Thank you. What I was about to say was that the managers really do a good job working over their fighters between rounds. Look at them over there.
They're certainly active, all right. Oh, there's a warning buzzer, Vance. 10 seconds to the next round.
Yes, I know.
A shot, Vance. Came from the back of the arena.
Well, I'm glad of that. I wonder what...
Help! Somebody over here at ringside!
A shot fired in the back of the arena. A man stabbed at ringside. Come on, Vance. Let's find out what this is all about.
Come on, wait to ringside. Excuse me.
Pardon me, Ben. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that, Markham?
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats until the police arrive. Pop Manning, Joey Martin's manager, has been stabbed to death. Nobody is to leave this arena.
Vance, have a fight in the mystery. Only one idiot.
Please
I suppose you'll start work right now in finding out who killed Pop Manning.
I'm going to do twice as much work on that, Markham. I'm going to have to find the two people who were responsible for his death.
Two?
Yes, Markham, two. Don't you understand why? Yes, Miss Henderson?
Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham hasn't called in on his private line, has he?
No, I'm waiting here in his office in case he does, though.
Well, perhaps you ought to see this young lady in as much as Mr. Markham is out.
What young lady?
Well, she says she knows something about the killing of our fight manager last night, and she's here with me in the outer office now.
Well, please ask her to come in.
Yes, sir.
A girl with some information. Well, whatever it is, it'll help.
Mr. Vance?
Oh, yes, come in, please.
Vance, my name is Collins. Honey Collins.
How do you do?
I came here to see the district attorney, but I wanted to meet you.
I'm flattered.
I've seen your pictures in the paper so often, I feel like I know you.
I'm using Mr. Markham's office temporarily. In fact, I'm waiting for him to come back from examining the people who were at the ringside of the fight last night.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you what I wanted to tell him. Pop Manning was killed by mistake.
He was?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure of it. I should know. I'm Joey Martin's girl.
You're the girlfriend of the fighter whom Manning managed.
That's right. And I'll tell you that somebody wanted to kill Joey. And Pop got it. Only he wasn't supposed to.
Who was it that wanted to kill your boyfriend?
A character named Phil Terrace. He's a gambler.
I've heard of him. What makes you think there was an error made, though?
We'll figure it out. There they were, Pop and Joey in Joey's corner.
I know. I was there.
Oh. Well, then you saw it, didn't you? Pop was bending over Joey, working on a cut on Joey's chin. The 10-second buzzer had sounded. Only Joey jumped up ahead of the bell to start the round, and Pop moved in to pick up a stool.
You're very observant.
Don't be silly. I wasn't even there. I can't watch Joey when he fights. Joey told me. This is his idea, not mine.
The idea being that when Joey moved and Pop took his place for a second, that's when the man who held the knife made his move.
It was all timed.
I know how it was timed.
Oh?
It was timed so that once the shot was fired and the man with the knife started his move, he couldn't stop it. And I agree partially with what you've told me. I had an idea Pop Manning was killed in error.
You did?
Yes. Why would anybody want a manager dead? Want him dead so badly he took a chance killing him in front of 15,000 people?
Don't know.
All the things you've pointed out to me, I saw for myself.
Then I did right coming here.
You most certainly did. In fact, that's the district attorney's private phone. Excuse me just a moment.
Sure.
Vance speaking.
Markham, Vance.
Oh, yes, Markham.
We questioned everybody at the ringside. Everybody who had the slightest chance of getting near enough to Pop Manning to put a knife in him.
And?
Everybody swears he was aware of what the man next to him was doing at every moment between the time the shot was fired and the body was discovered. And nobody moved toward the ring.
Which they'd have to do in order to stab Manning, unless the knife was thrown.
It wasn't. The murderer held it. And there are no fingerprints on it.
Markham, was a man named Phil Terrace at the ringside?
Yes, he was. I questioned him myself. And the man next to him, too. According to that man, Terrace didn't move.
Well, perhaps that man works for Terrace, Markham, and is alibying him.
That is possible, of course. I've let him go, but I know where I can pick him up.
Well, let me do that, please.
All right.
And, Markham.
Yes?
There's a very charming young lady in your office who has a very good theory about Manning's death.
What's that?
Well, she seems to think that Manning was killed in error by somebody who wanted Joey Martin, the fighter, out of the way.
One of those prize fight gambler things that didn't work out?
It might be. That's why I asked if you questioned Phil Terrace.
I see.
Markham, from the look of things, if he killed Manning, by mistake or intention, he did it in a way I can't figure out.
Which means what?
That he isn't only a gambler, he's a magician.
Tonight, Clumpy, we celebrate the best in town for you and me.
That's what I like. The best.
You deserve it. You were wonderful when the district attorney was questioning you.
I didn't tell him nothing. And you know why? Because I don't know nothing.
I've heard rumors of that, Clumpy.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I'm really getting around, ain't I? You know, somebody's at the door, Mr. Terrace.
Apparently. I'll go see who it is. I won't be long, and then we'll make plans for tonight.
For the best. For the best in town.
That's right. Yes?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance.
No kidding. What does that make me?
The man I want to see, I think.
That's right. What do you want here, Vance?
I'll tell you first what I didn't want. I didn't want the door closed in my face. That's the reason I pushed my way in.
Okay, you're in. You want to see me?
You're Terrace?
Yes.
I want to see you. Who's the ape?
He's Clumpy. He doesn't count.
Hey, I do so. 1, 2, 3.
I see what you mean, Terrace. Let's skip Clumpy for a minute. I came here to find out if you bet the fight last night.
You don't know much about gambling, do you, Vance? The fight was declared no contest when Pop Manning was murdered.
How much did you have on the fight? And whom did you have it on?
Well, I guess you can check this around town, so I'll tell you the truth. I had a lot of dough riding on Joey Martin.
Who was losing?
Was he?
Well, sure he was, boss. You even said that yourself.
Shut up.
You know, Terrace, you might have been smart enough to want to kill Martin when he was in the ring, to protect your bet, of course. But when you saw Pop Manning move into the position Martin was in, you knew you could obtain the same result, the stopping of the fight, by killing him.
I could save you a lot of trouble, Vance. The district attorney asked me all the stock questions. My answers were taken down. Go look them up. In fact, go do anything you want, only get out of here.
When I'm ready to leave.
Show him that he's ready now, Clumpy.
That's one invitation I'll accept. Now, that takes care of your stooge. Terrace, you next?
No, thank you. I just like to watch fight.
And bet on them.
Yes.
Well, I've had my fun, so maybe I will be going. With a promise, of course.
A promise that someday we'll return again to the beautiful island of paradise where the blue...
I'll get that.
No, you don't. This is my house.
Oh, too late, my friend. Well, Joey Martin.
Who are you?
My name is Philo Vance. I'm investigating Pop Manning's murder. What are you doing here?
Oh, he came to see me, of course. We're friends, good friends. Come on in, Joey. Yeah. Tell the man we're friends.
Even if he did, who'd believe him with that look on his face? I think I'll leave you two playmates alone. I've met some interesting people, and I've established a motive for Pop Manning's death. Now, I think I'll get to work.
This is District Attorney Markham. The prize ring murder case began when Pop Manning, fight manager, was stabbed while in the ring taking care of his fighter, Joey Martin. Philo Vance has established that Manning might have been killed by accident, with Martin the real intended victim. He's also contacted a gambler named Phil Terrace, who had a lot of money bet on Martin to win the fight, a fight which he was losing incidentally. Vance has just come into my office with a story of his encounter with Terrace. Look, Vance, I understand all about your meeting with that gambler Terrace, but I'd like to go back to the fight for a moment.
Well, they're not going to restage it just for you, my friend.
You know what I mean. When we were at the fight, and I said we'd have to look for the man responsible for Pop Manning's death, you said we'd have to look for two people responsible. Now, why two people?
What happened just before the stabbing, Markham?
What happened? Well, a shot was fired, but nobody was hurt.
But everybody's attention was distracted from the ring momentarily. Sufficient time for the killer to stab Manning.
Yes, I suppose so.
Therefore, the shot was planned, and planned for a certain time. Whoever fired it was working with the actual murderer and is an accessory to the crime. Simple, isn't it?
It is now. You'll be interested in knowing that I'm getting to believe your theory that Manning's murder wasn't intended.
I am interested, but it isn't my theory. It belongs to that Collins girl, Honey Collins, Joey Martin's friend.
Oh, yes.
But it has logic, believe me.
I do. I'll give you all the facts we have so you can go on from here if you like.
Are there any you haven't told me?
Well, I'm not sure, but this much I do know. It was very warm in the arena, as you know. And nobody, man or woman, wore gloves. Yet, there were no fingerprints found on the knife.
A handkerchief around the knife handle would keep prints off.
But you can't wind a handkerchief around a knife, step up and stab somebody without being seen, or without the movement being noticed, granting that everybody was looking toward the back of the arena where the shot came from.
I've already indicated to you that Terrace had an employee alongside of him who could have lied.
Yes, but I have the feeling that you're holding something back.
Really? Why, Markham, I'm surprised at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you don't intend to withhold
Don't
anything.
apologize, my friend. As a matter of fact, I am holding something back. Something that I hope will break this case.
You don't mind me talking to you while you're working out with the police. Do you, Joey?
No, honey.
I'll tell you what I came up here to the gymnasium for.
You mean there was another reason besides just seeing me?
Yeah, Joey. I want you to fight somebody.
Somebody get fresh with you? Who is it? Tell me who it is. I'll knock him silly.
Nothing like that, Joey.
Huh?
This is a fight I want you to have with a pro. And we give the dough you get to Pop's family.
What for?
Oh, Joey, you know they could use dough.
How come? They got plenty. Pop had a lot of dough bet on the fight. That's dough that don't have to be paid out to nobody now since they called it no contest. Pop's family's got that.
How much was that, Joey?
You again. What are you doing here?
Hello, Miss Collins. You remember me, Philo Vance?
Hi.
Joey, you were saying that Pop had money bet on the fight. On you?
Who else?
How much?
35 grand. I'll bankroll. It ain't no crime to bet on yourself, is it, Vance?
No, but it is a crime for a fighter who claims to be honest to associate with gamblers like Phil Terrace.
You mean when you saw me up there yesterday? Well, I'll tell you why I went up there. I wanted to knock him from here to China for what he did to Pop.
Well, sure, Joey thinks Terrace wanted to kill him and got Pop by mistake. Like I told you.
Joey may be right. But then again, he may be wrong. But so wrong.
So wrong, Vance.
I said so wrong, not so wrong, Joey. You know, I was at the fight with Mr. Markham. I think I saw something.
Oh, from where you were sitting, you're lucky you saw the fight.
The seats weren't good, but they did put me at the scene of a crime. Something that hasn't happened for a long time.
So what did you see, Vance? Or what?
You'll find out. And so will your friend Terrace. And by the way, if you should see him...
I won't.
Well, if you should, tell him for me to enjoy himself.
Well, what kind of a message is that?
Oh, I haven't finished. Tell him to enjoy himself while he still can. Everything's working wonderfully, Markham.
All right, if you say so. Where are you now?
I'm calling you from a phone booth. I left Joey Martin and his girlfriend about an hour ago after giving them a message for Phil Terrace.
I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I heard what you said. What do they have to do with Terrace?
That remains to be seen. I indicated to them that I had something on the gambler. Hey, what the...
Vance, are you there? Vance, what's going on?
Oh, it's all right, Markham. Somebody just opened the door of this phone booth and slugged me. But it didn't take.
I'm glad it didn't. Any idea who it was?
Yes, it was that stooge of Terrace, a fellow named Clumpy. You know what this means, don't you, Markham?
I think so. It means that apparently Terrace got your message.
You understand the setup, Miss Collins?
Well, no, I don't know whether I do or not.
It's very simple. You get Joey and go to see Phil Terrace.
Uh-huh.
Have Joey say that he's ready to do business with Terrace. Get Terrace to make him an offer.
Well, I understand that part of it. Only, how is that going to prove he murdered Pop Manning?
I don't want Terrace around loose while I close the case against him.
Oh.
Now, you do what I ask you to do. Markham and I will come in, and we'll be able to arrest him for trying to get Joey to throw a fight.
And then when you have him in jail, you'll be able to work out in the open.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
We'll take Terrace and his friend Clumpy to jail, and I won't have to worry about making phone calls anymore.
You're sure it was Clumpy that slugged you?
Positive. Now, will you do as I ask, Miss Collins?
Sure. Only, Vance.
Yes?
My friends call me Honey.
We haven't really had time to become friends, have we?
Whose fault is that?
Well, let's just say there was a chronological obstacle.
Well, whatever it is, can't we kick it out of the way? I like you, Vance.
What about Joey?
Oh, I like him, too. That's the trouble with me, I think. I'm a goon. I like everybody.
Just like Honey said, Terrace.
Yeah?
We could use $50,000 in cash.
Sure you could.
You can make that easy by betting against me in my next fight, and I take a dive, so you're a cinch.
I don't know, Joey. 50,000 is a lot of money.
Not when you figure to make $100,000.
How do I know you won't cross me?
Leave that to me. He won't cross you, Mr. Terrace. Not when he gets 50,000 for not winning, he won't.
The only thing is I want the dough in advance. I want to bet it on the other guy.
Oh, you do? I just had an idea. Suppose I bet it for you. Then in order to collect your bet, you've got to lay down.
Explain that to me, honey.
It's all right, Joey. Mr. Terrace, instead of giving you the $50,000 before the fight like you want, bets it for you. It's the same as you making the bet. And it's okay.
Well, what's good enough for Honey is good enough for me.
It's a deal, then. Your fight is a week from Friday. I'm going to give you $50,000. I'm going to bet that much for you, I mean. And you're going to blow the fight. Agreed? Shake.
Okay, Mr. Markham, Mr. Vance, you can come in now.
Hey, what is this? The old double cross?
That's right, Terrace. Martin and Miss Collins agreed to help us trap you. It was Vance's idea, and it was a good one.
I don't
think you will.
Well, quite a right hand you have there, Joey.
Yeah? Thanks.
Knocking out Terrace does mean we'll have to carry him to headquarters, but that won't be too difficult.
And when you've got him there, it'll be a cinch to prove he killed Pop Manning while trying to knife Joey. Won't it, Vance?
Oh, that will be a little difficult, Miss Collins.
You will?
Yes.
Hey, that was the idea of this whole gimmick, wasn't it? So it would give you time to get evidence or something against Terrace?
I can't very well prove he killed Pop Manning, Joey, when actually you did. You and Miss Collins.
Hey, Vance, you blowing your lid?
Without knowing why Vance said that, I'm still willing to bet it's right.
Well, I'm gonna...
I wouldn't, Martin, and if you don't believe me, believe this gun I'm holding.
All right.
You made me believe you thought Terrace killed Pop. Now you say it's us. Oh, how can you prove a stupid thing like that? What reason could you find for us doing it?
I have the motive and I have the proof. And as soon as Mr. Markham takes you and Joey and, of course, our friend on the floor down to headquarters, I'll be only too glad to explain how I knew you and Joey killed Pop, how you did it, and why you did it. Let's begin with the motive, Markham. All right. Joey was losing the fight. A fight he knew Pop Manning had bet their combined bankroll on, so he wanted the fight declared no contest. So he killed his manager? Yes, only it isn't as simple as that. Mm-hmm. You see, the plan Joey and Honey had to be worked out in advance. And there was the detail of the knife to be handled. Maybe you'd better just tell me what happened. All right. Joey thought he might lose the fight, so he arranged with Honey to fire a blank cartridge at a certain time if he were losing. Uh-huh. She did. And he had a chance to stab Pop Manning and push the body back into the ringside customers while everybody was looking toward the back of the arena. Honey's confession indicates that's what she did. But how did the knife get into the ring? I think Joey will tell you he asked Pop to have a knife put in the water bucket. Made up some reason like wanting to be protected in case Phil Terrace tried to get to him. Anything at all. Oh, I see. Now you want to know how I knew Terrace wasn't involved in the killing. And how you knew Honey was, but that can wait. Well, let's take Terrace first. All right. When you told me that the man alongside of him swore Terrace hadn't moved toward the ring when the shot was fired, I pointed out that that man could have been an accomplice of the gamblers. And he was. A fellow they call Clumpy. But how about the man on the other side of Terrace, Markham? He wasn't an accomplice, was he? No, he was a sports writer. Come to think of it, Vance, if Terrace had moved, he'd have told me. I'm sure he would have. And now to our friend Honey. She tried to cover herself by insisting to me at one time in this case that she had never seen Joey fight and had never been in an arena. Yes. Yet she knew where you and I were seated at the fight, Markham. That's right. She told me in your office that she recognized me from my pictures. And later in the gymnasium, she indicated that we couldn't have seen much from the bad seats we had. And when she knew where we were seated, you knew she must have been there. Must have been there, spotted us, but proceeded with her plan regardless. Yes. Anyhow, once I knew she was lying, I knew what the reason must be. And after I realized that the only man near enough to stab Pop was Joey, and that Joey was the only man outside of his opponent who wore gloves, hence no fingerprints, why, that was it. So it was. Of course, that fellow Clumpy attacked you in the phone booth because you had knocked him out in front of his boss, and he wanted to regain faith. And I framed the situation involving Phil Terrace because he belongs behind bars. And to keep Honey and Joey from suspecting they were suspects in Pop's murder. Yes, I know. And, well, there you are. Yes. And you know where we are, don't you, Vance? I think so. We're at the end of the prize ring murder case.
Calling all detectives. One thief at a time is bad enough. But when a detective finds himself at a convention of criminals, then he's really in trouble. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. The most important thing a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns is to be in control of any situation. I was in one of the convention rooms of the Fowler Hotel because an hour earlier, somebody who didn't tell me his name phoned and hired me to keep a protective eye on the people attending the flour millers' convention.
Pardon me, sir. Is this your watch?
I glanced at the watch a benevolent-looking gray-haired man was holding out. It certainly was my watch. Yeah, thanks. I took the watch, shoved it back into my pocket, and melted into the crowd. Fine thing. A detective hired to protect a convention and getting his own pocket picked.
Excuse me, did you lose this?
I blinked as another man offered my watch to me. Yeah, I guess I did lose it. Where'd you find it? The man smiled, patted my shoulder.
Don't give it a thought, my friend.
I grinned ruefully, took the watch. This time put it carefully into my trouser pocket. No two ways about it. I had to find somebody in charge. I stopped a portly little man ambling by. Can you point out to me who's in charge of this convention?
Sorry, son. I just got here myself.
He started to walk off, then turned back to me.
By the way, isn't this your wallet?
I snatched the wallet, closed my fingers over his wrist. Yes, it is. And what's more, I think you just lifted it.
Why, of course I did. And if I may say so, I don't think you have much future in the profession.
He shook off my hand and stalked off. I leaned against the wall and mopped my brow. Obviously, I'd come to the wrong meeting room and stumbled on a convention of pickpockets. Hired to guard a convention, I entered the wrong meeting room and found myself in the midst of 50 pickpockets. My first impulse was to get out of there and yell for cops. Then I thought better of it. These men weren't bothering anybody. The cops could have no reason for arresting them. But even if there was nothing I could do about it, I did have the chance of a lifetime to watch pickpockets practice on each other. Just then, a soberly dressed man came up to me.
Pardon me, I'm Arthur Warner. Astralis is my society name. Do you know where I might find the house detective?
I gave him a suspicious look. The house, Dick? What for?
I hesitate to say this, but I'm afraid there's a thief among our number. I'm a diamond dealer. A packet of stones has been taken from my pocket.
Very funny. Very, very funny, Mr. Astralis. But don't think you can distract my attention. Go work on somebody else. I leered at him, turned him around, and pushed him back into the crowd. Then I took my watch and my keys, put them into my inside jacket pocket along with my wallet, and started across the room. A tall, bearded man clutched at my sleeve.
May I give you a demonstration of a new device that is absolutely detection-proof?
You certainly can. The bearded man took a handkerchief from his pocket.
Now watch this. Notice that my fingers are wide apart and motionless.
He held the handkerchief lightly between thumb and forefinger.
No!
Couldn't believe my eyes. The handkerchief had vanished into thin air. The bearded man pulled up his coat sleeves.
Not up my sleeves, you notice. This device makes use of none of the usual methods. I'll sell it to you for $100.
I glanced up, noticed that a group of men had surrounded us. One of them was Arthur Warner, who'd given me the line about being a jeweler. He stepped forward and pointed at me.
That's the man.
I looked around at the circle of angry faces. One private detective among 50 pickpockets. Not so good. An elderly man stepped forward.
Sir, nobody here knows you. If you are one of us, a recent member perhaps, kindly tell us your society name.
I glanced in the direction of the door, a good 30 feet off.
The door is locked, young man.
I jammed my hand under my jacket and grabbed for the revolver I always carry in my arm holster. Behind me, a voice said, "I have your gun." I shrugged, dropped my hand. Okay, so you got me. But the room clerk downstairs knows me. He saw me come in. And if he doesn't get a report from me pretty soon, he'll figure out I'm in trouble, and you know what that means. The old man looked perplexed.
You work with the room clerk?
I saw that I was getting control of the situation. Not only the room clerk, but the house stick as well. Warner looked shocked, then incredulous.
This is preposterous. The man is a thief and a liar, and I suggest we call the police at once.
I couldn't believe my ears. The police? You're going to call the police?
Certainly. Why shouldn't we call them? But you're all pickpockets. How dare you? Certainly our members demonstrate manual dexterity by extracting small objects from one another's pockets, but they return them instantly. I will have you know, sir, that not in 40 years has there been any actual theft at a meeting of the Merlin Magician Society.
Magicians? The thing would have been funny if it hadn't been so serious. Gentlemen, I can explain everything.
I'm a private detective. The voice behind me said, so he is. Here's his badge and his license. In his wallet. I ignored that. Never mind about me. The fact still remains that there's a thief in the room. Somebody who has Mr. Warner's packet of gems. If you'll permit me, I'll try to recover them.
Very well, Mr. Browning. We will be grateful for your aid.
I let my gaze wander from face to face. No two ways about it. I was in command of the situation. But what was I going to do about it? Is there any other stranger in this room? The old man shook his head.
Only you, Mr. Browning?
I nodded. Fine. And Mr. Warner's jewels are still in the room, because the thief wouldn't risk calling attention to himself by leaving. Not if he's a society member.
Nobody has left the room, Mr. Browning.
I did some of the fastest thinking of my life. The thief, whoever he was, would be prepared for a general search, and was not worried about it. These men were all magicians. They knew tricks. They had devices. Of course, it had to be that. I suddenly turned and grabbed the bearded man. You offered to sell me a disappearing gimmick. You called attention to it because everybody here must know you've been working on it. Would think it funny if you didn't demonstrate it. I say Mr. Warner's missing jewels are hidden in this whatever it is. Trot it out and show it to us. There was a long pause. Then the bearded man slowly unbuttoned his jacket, folded back the lining to reveal a leather-lined pocket, and an arrangement of wires, and a small packet.
I only took them for a dramatic opportunity to demonstrate my wonderful illusion. Mr. Warner, your jewels.
Well, that was his story, and he stuck to it. Maybe it was the truth. Maybe not. I've got my own opinion on the subject. Anyway, they let him go rather than expose the Merlin Society to scandal. As for me, I got $50 as a reward from Arthur Warner, plus a life membership in the Merlin Magician Society. Brownie is my society name, in case you're interested. Like I said, it's important for a detective to be in control of the situation. But when he's working with magicians, he's got to be careful he doesn't wind up losing everything else. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now, tonight's story, The Case of the Assassin in the Dark.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A criminal is a cunning animal. He trains himself to break the law just as a district attorney trains himself to enforce it. Each regards the other as an enemy, and enmity leads inevitably to violence. But violence was far from my mind the night this started. Harrington and I were driving home from the annual police frolics. What are you laughing at, Harrington?
Oh, those cops. Dressed up like can-can girls in that chorus number. Did you ever see anything like it, Chief?
They were very funny.
Yeah. And the commissioner, old Stoneface himself. I almost died when he did that imitation of that game, why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Oh, the commissioner's a good sport.
Yeah, tonight. But let one of the boys do on an assignment tomorrow, and whoom, through the roof.
No, that's his job, Harrington. If things go wrong, he catches it from the mayor.
Oh, speaking of the mayor, Chief, he's worried about you.
About me? Why?
I'll give it to you in 2 words. Johnny Genetti.
Oh, forget it.
The parole board never should have come out.
The parole board had no choice, Harrington. Genetti served his minimum time. He's been a model prisoner for 6 years. He's entitled to a break.
You mean you told the parole board that in your recommendations?
Yes.
For a guy who swore he'd get you the minute they put him on the streets?
Harrington, I've heard the same threat 100 times from 100 different men. Some of them are decent citizens today, and I'm still alive. A man can change a lot in 6 years.
Oh, sure. But someday one of them is going to hold on to his grudge, though.
And Janetti was the best candidate I ever saw. Forget it. I will be at your house instead of mine. Oops, sorry, Chief. Well, thanks for the ride, Harrington. See you at the office in the morning.
Oh, Chief.
Yeah?
Watch yourself, will you?
No, I'll be fine. Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
All right. Oh, that's fine. That plug must be loose. Who's in here? I see a shadow there in the corner. Now, who are you?
Good time, Mr. D.A.
Taking so long. Why didn't the doctor come out?
Yeah, just take it easy, Miss Miller. There's nothing we can do but wait.
They've been in surgery for 2 hours.
One of the bullets is lodged right near the heart. Don't worry, though. The chief is in good condition. He's tough.
Don't try to cheer me up when you don't believe it yourself.
Miss Miller,
What if he dies? If only I could talk to him. If only I could talk to him for just a minute. You worked for a man for years. And your heart's all wrapped up in it. But you have to have pride and dignity because you're a girl and you can never say anything about it or do anything about it. I want to see him. Just for a minute. Is that too much to pray for?
Miss Miller, Edith, listen to me.
What?
Even if we can see him later, whether the doctor thinks he has a chance or not, make sure of what you intend to do or say.
Why? He doesn't even know I'm alive. Except for being secretary in the office.
He knows you're alive.
Oh, yes. Not the way I want him to know it. You know how I feel about him.
Yeah. But he doesn't. Suppose you tell him. Suppose you do, and later on he's all right. What are you going to do then? Go back to the office and just wake like nothing happened?
You could never care for me, don't you?
No, wait a minute. I didn't say that. Some people they just can't afford love, Edith. They can feel it inside, but they can't show it for fear of hurting it. Someday, if he lives, Chief may run for a different kind of office. Mayor or governor. Something safe that he can share with a woman. If you've got anything to say to him, that would be the day to say it.
Thanks, Harrington.
As long as I'm making speeches, I'll tell you something else. Maybe it'll help you understand. There was a time, for 2 years, when you first came to work for the chief. But I thought of quitting, asking a girl to marry me.
I never knew that.
I know you didn't, but you should have. You were the girl. Down, it's all right. I got over it. Now, do me a favor, will you? And forget I ever told you. Okay?
No. I'll never mention it, but I'll never forget it. I'll be all right now.
That's all I wanted to...
What is it?
Doctor just came out of surgery. He's coming down the hall.
How is he, Doctor?
We managed to remove the force bullet, all right, but...
Give it to us straight.
Then it's critical. If we can keep him alive for a few days, he's got a chance. About 1 chance in 4. He's going to need transfusions of whole blood every day, starting right now.
I may be.
We need type O.
Well, then you can start with me. I'm type O.
Good. Go down the hall and tell the nurse. She'll make the preparations. I'll be there in just a minute.
You sure it's okay, Miss Miller?
I'm all right.
I'll have men from the staff check with you. Typing.
And you can count on any cop in the city as a donor.
Good. We'll need him. Say, is that one of your men looking for you? Just came in down there?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to wait?
No, I still have a job to do. I'll keep in touch by phone. See you later. Jeff.
Oh, there you are, Harrington. I was looking in the waiting rooms. How's the chief?
1 chance in 4. But I swear to you, that's more of a chance than Janetti's going to have. What have you found out?
He got a job driving a laundry truck yesterday, the White Flash Laundry.
Uh-huh.
We also got a statement from a woman who lives around the corner of Mr. Garrett's apartment.
What?
She couldn't sleep. She heard the shots.
So did a few other people.
Well, her statement goes a little further than that, though. The shooting happened at 1:30.
Yeah?
About a half hour before that, when she couldn't fall asleep, she looked out her front window. There was a White Flash laundry truck parked in front of her house. When she heard the police cars after the shooting, she came out into the street. The truck was gone. Want an all-points pickup on Janetti?
Yes. And make it dead or alive. We'll play it whichever way he wants it.
You guys want to see me?
That's right. You own this laundry?
Yeah. You come about the ad for root men?
No, this is police business. You got a driver named Johnny Janetti?
That bum. What's he done?
We'll tell him. Where is he?
Huh. Where is he? Wish I knew. Because wherever he is, that's where his root collections are, too, the bum. He worked one day and he doesn't show up this morning. I even had to go for the truck.
You're a pretty trusting soul for one day. What's your name?
Charlie Drake.
I've seen this boy someplace before, Harrington.
Yeah, so have I. I don't think his name is Drake. Charlie Frisco in my book. Talk up, Charlie. You're one of the Frisco brothers, aren't you?
It's Drake now. I had to change legal.
Didn't you know Janetti was an ex-con when you hired him?
I don't think so much before you answer, Charlie. You might guess wrong. Janetti's first conviction was with one of your brothers.
Okay, so I knew. I figured he wanted a chance to go straight, so I gave it to him. A bum.
Did you report your truck missing when he didn't come in this morning with the root collections?
No.
Why not?
I don't blow no police whistles.
Watch Janetti's address. Come on. You picked the truck up there. Watch the address.
3120 Mason Street.
Can I use your phone?
For a dime you can, copper.
You get it.
We won't need a squad, Harrington. He's on the run.
Just the same, I want to stake out there and here while we search the place.
Closet's empty. Drawer's empty. Whatever he had, he took it with him, Harrington.
Yeah, I guess so.
And maybe he's gone to... What is it?
Somebody out in the hall.
Boys outside would have spotted him.
I told him to keep under cover. Let him come in if he shows. Get your gun ready.
Okay. Open it.
Miss Miller.
I couldn't see the room numbers in the dark hall.
What's the matter?
I've been back to the office. There's no phone here, so I had to come out.
Why?
The police across the river found Johnny Janetti an hour ago.
Where?
Chief Hotel. He's dead.
Dead?
Left a note saying that the police would never get him as long as he'd had the pleasure of killing Mr. Garrett.
First time a killer ever saved us the trouble of finding him. Maybe he isn't the one who shot Mr. Garrett after all.
He's the one, all right.
How do you know?
Lab reports. Sent wire photos through to our ballistics department in comparison. The gun Janetti killed himself with is the same one that was used to shoot Mr. Garrett.
That does it, then.
Yeah. What's the latest on the chief, Miss Miller? How is he?
I called the hospital just before I came out. He's worse. He's in a coma.
A man I couldn't see in the darkness had attempted to assassinate me in my own apartment. Harrington suspected and sought a man who was newly paroled from prison and had once threatened to kill me. But when the man was found, he was seemingly a suicide and had written a note of confession concerning the attempt on my life. For more than a week, I hovered between life and death. And then on the morning of the 9th day...
Just a little more oxygen, nurse.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Pneumonia complication is gone. His fever broke about an hour ago. Just a question of bringing him around. You hear that, Miss Miller?
Oh, yes.
That transfusion you gave him right after we removed the bullets helped a great deal. Well, now we're getting someplace. It's coming out of it. All right, nurse. Take off the inhalator mask.
Hi, Chief.
Harrington. Miss Miller. There's nothing to cry about, Miss Miller.
Well, he's out of the woods now. You can stay about 15 minutes. Just don't tire him.
Oh, we won't, Doc. We won't. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. I'll help you wheel that out. I told Miss Miller, Chief, you were too tough to kill. Didn't I, Miss Miller?
Yes.
Whoever did it tried hard enough.
Oh, we know who did it.
Who?
Johnny Giannetti. I warned you about him, Chief.
You sure you're right?
Oh, by his own confession. Written just before he killed himself with the same 38 he used on you. I guess he knew we'd get him sooner or later.
He wrote a confession.
Yeah, that's right. He said... Come in.
Harrington, can I... Oh, Mr. Garrett, you're all right.
What they call doing this, well, this can be expected, Jeff. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Garrett, but I just stopped in for a second. I have to see Harrington about something. Can you step outside for a second, Harrington?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Secrets?
Oh, no, just something personal.
I'll be right back. Well, just don't stare at the Chief, Miss Miller. Talk to him.
All right.
Come on, Jeff. What's up?
I just rode into the emergency ward downstairs in an ambulance. A kid about 15, all cut up by a broken bottle.
Uh-huh.
He says a gang of hoodlums jumped him, beat him up, and robbed him. Took $6 worth of nickels.
What is he, a newsboy?
No, a high school kid.
Why so many nickels?
He says he hit the jackpot in a slot machine on his way home from school.
Where?
Back room of a candy store near the school.
A slot machine?
That's what he said.
You send anybody out there to look for the machine?
Well, the kid doesn't know the address of the store or the name of the owner. There are half a dozen places within 2 blocks of the school. Besides, a back room. He wants.
Well, get him. Go to Judge Brennan and get an order to search every place within a mile of there. That's the first slot machine in this county in 5 years.
It's the first of a lot of things in 5 years, if you ask me.
What do you mean by that?
There's a mob moving in. I can feel it.
Get the warrants. Come back and pick me up.
Okay.
You got back just in time, Harry. I just finished telling Mr. Garrett about...
Yeah, I know. I heard. Giannetti saved the state a lot of trouble.
What's wrong, Harry?
Oh, nothing. Not a thing, Chief. Everything's just fine.
You better tell me, Harrington, because I've got something to tell you.
Well, a kid's just been hurt after hitting a slot machine. Whole county feels tight and restless like it's going to bust wide open.
Who's behind it?
We don't know.
Want me to tell you how to find out?
Oh.
I'm the man who tried to kill me.
But it was Giannetti who tried.
Yeah, it wasn't Johnny Giannetti.
But he said...
Left a written confession. Written by whom? Don't you remember when we arrested him? He was an illiterate. He couldn't read or write.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Doctor, a problem has come up with...
That may put you right back where you started from. I asked you not to tire him or excite him.
It's my fault,
Yeah, give me a wrist. Stop trying to sit up. Yeah. Pulses the way up. You'll have to leave.
Oh, Doctor, give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to outline a plan. From there on, if you'll cooperate with Harrington, he can handle it.
I know you're not a fool, Mr. Garrett. So this must be important. All right. What do you want?
Get a couple of chairs over here, and I'll tell you.
What do you got to hug the whole table for, Charlie? Why can't I take a cue and play? Because I don't want you to, Poggin. You act like a dummy, so stand there and look like one, too.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to you. Look at that newspaper. Garrett's getting better. He knows it wasn't Giannetti who gunned him. With Giannetti, you make it good, but with him, you got to louse it up. I'm not going to take a chance on you, Poggin.
What's that supposed to mean?
I can hire other guns to make sure nobody talks about me. If the heat comes on, you go out like a light. Unless you pick up the job you started and finish it.
Now,
What's the matter? You crazy? How do you think I'm going to do that? Grace!
You want?
Come in here. You ever been a nurse?
One of them things bounce up and hits in the head?
Get Benny to forge you some papers. And go to a private nursing service and register.
What for?
Because Poggin's going to need a nurse when he goes to the hospital tonight. You'll case Garrett's room, find out when he's alone and asleep, and when the night nurse is off the floor. Then, I'll get going, both of you. Let me finish my game. We got a bite, Chief. Just admitted downstairs. Special request for a room on the 5th floor.
I just want to get away from the sound of street traffic.
No, not this baby. Torpedoes spelled all over him. Well, this guy asked him to call a nursing agency, too. Wants his own nurse. He don't look that sick.
I think it means something. You set for the night?
Oh, yeah. You know what you have to do.
Yeah.
Did the doc okay it?
Just once. He's got me bandaged up pretty good.
Well, if you can't make it, yell right away.
I will. Go ahead now so I can put the lights on here.
Good night, Chief.
Good night, and good hunting.
Pocket, where are you?
Here, in bed.
Why you up and dressed?
I am. I had to keep covered, didn't I? What time is it?
It's after 1 a.m. Go ahead and get it done.
Give me the getaway again.
Charlie's waiting in the parking lot with the car.
Yeah.
Fire escape outside Garrett's window. When you do the job, go down. We'll pick you up.
Yeah.
I'm taking the elevator now. Go ahead. 514. Next to the last door on the left.
All right. I'll see you in a few minutes. This time, mister, I'm not going to miss.
That window's shut tight, mister. You. Remember, if you only moves around the fire escape, don't go out. I'll kill him. All right, you got him, fellas. Chief, you all right?
Hot in this closet. I fainted.
Yeah. Good thing you didn't faint before you got that bed stuffed with the pillows and got yourself in here. After that guy's nurse looked at you. Was she? What's that? Parking lot down behind the building. What's the matter? What's happened down there?
It's me, Harrington. Yeah. We got two of that guy's playmates trying to take off in a car.
Who?
The nurse and Charlie Briscoe.
I didn't want to do this. We're caught. I'll tell you anything.
Shut them up and take them in, Jeff. And on the way, pick up Briscoe's brothers.
All right.
Hear that, Chief?
I heard. Good thing all the regular patients have moved out of this wing.
Yeah, let me give you a hand. There's another room down the hall. You don't want to sleep here until they caught that torpedo out, whoever he is.
What to do with more pleasant surroundings? Mind if I ask you something personal?
Hmm? Oh, go ahead.
What's been going on lately between you and Miss Miller?
I don't know what you mean.
She's been looking at you strangely lately. I noticed it during visits. There's something about you puzzled her.
Oh, just a little private joke I played on her. I got a puzzle. Let's go in here.
What kind of a joke?
Well, nothing much. I'll tell you about it someday.
You will, huh?
Mm-hmm. Now, lie down. I'll call the doctor to come up and look at you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah.
You don't want to tell me, do you?
Sure. Sometime. Nothing important, just a little joke.
Oh, okay. It's your secret. Just remember what I told you before.
What?
You're a very bad liar.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
He must have told her how he felt about it. Or Harrington. I guess he thought I didn't know. Although something like that could be going on in my office without my sensing it. Faced with the incriminating testimony of Grace Brewster, Charlie Frisco and his three brothers entered pleas of guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts, and accessories to murder, 1 count. They are serving sentences of 99 years each. For complicity, Grace Brewster is serving 20 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the triple threat bandits, whose leader used a broom as the principal cover in his sunless disguise, but learned even that was unable to hide his soiled record.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Inspector of Detectives Eugene Bernath, Police Department, Minneapolis, Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. The inside facts in the case of the triple threat bandits. Inspector Bernath, I understand the gang in tonight's case thought that a clever sort of disguise would provide them plenty of protection.
That's right, Don Gardner. But they were to learn that fast communication systems and efficient exchange of police information, plus cooperation from federal law enforcement agencies, is making long-range criminal operation less and less successful.
Well, suppose you tell us about tonight's case, Inspector Bernath.
All right, Don. I think it would be best to start about 6 months ago in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Near the ballpark of the Minneapolis Millers, at a bar patronized by the sporting crowd, a stranger was buying drinks for the few hangers-on remaining late one night. He was just finishing one of his favorite stories as the porter approached with his broom to gather in stray cigarette butts.
He says to her, she says back to him, she says, well, I don't like to ride streetcars either. You got some other way to go?
Excuse me, please. I'd like to sweep a little bit under the stools, huh?
Sure. So what do you like? When you're finished, I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, mister. I never touch this stuff.
Oh, listen to him. He never touches this stuff.
It ain't good for athletes. He used to be middleweight champion of Lazarus County.
Yeah? Well, hey. Why, Frank.
Huh? You speak to me?
Frank, how you been? Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm no Frank. I'm Nick. You're mixed up a little bit. Excuse me. There's more cigarette butts over there.
Hey, come on, the guy's punchy. How about another story?
Yeah, in a minute. Hey, Nick. Whatever you call yourself.
Yeah?
I'd swear you're a guy I used to know. A guy named Frank. He wasn't no boxer.
Is that right? No kidding?
No kidding.
It's Nick, not Frank. Excuse me, mister.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah?
If you ain't Frank, how come you look so much like him?
You're Frank. He pushes a broom, too?
Ah. He pushes something else.
1118 Walker Street, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Apartment 6.
Sure, Frank.
I'll see you, Nick, 3 o'clock. Excuse me, mister.
Okay, don't lose your head. Who is it? Me. Oh, you. Yeah. Just a second, you. Come in, you. Come in.
Where's Nick?
Oh, someplace. Come on, I'll fix you a drink.
I'm not interested in the drink. Where's Nick?
I got rye and scotch and gin and rye. That's all.
I never drink in the afternoon.
Neither do I. But I read in the paper we're having a total eclipse.
Look, lady, just tell Nick that Cena was here. I got a little date with him at 3 o'clock.
Did you say rye?
I said Nick.
Oh, yeah, Nick. Nick and soda or water on the side?
Excuse me, but did anybody ever tell you about orange juice?
Sure. Nick.
Uh-huh. Now we're getting someplace. If you'll just...
Hey, Cena.
Frank.
Come in here until I finish getting dressed.
Bye.
Don't drown in that stuff.
Come in, Cena. I'll be dressed in a minute.
Sure, Frank.
Nick.
Okay, Nick. Look, who's the female rum-dum? Yeah, Vicky, if that's her name.
She's my housekeeper.
Okay, say no more. But doesn't that Kentucky ketchup she drinks get in the way of her duties, whatever they may be?
Yeah, she's carrying some kind of torch. She's sober when she has to be.
And what about that routine with a broom? What kind of a gimmick is that?
It's a job. I told the guy I was a fallen gladiator of the ring. Oh, I got a job.
Fine job. Who needs it?
Hey, how do you like this shirt? Made to order. $18.
For one?
Now, how many do you think? A dozen?
Gotta have something to wear to work.
Sam, how'd you like a soft spot?
With a broom, no thanks.
I've been tearing this town apart. And St. Paul, too. Back and forth across the river. Liquor stores are a push of them.
Alone?
Mostly. Vicky helps with the driving and the casing when I need her.
You can kill 2 birds with one store.
Well, how about it?
You think the 2 of us can do better?
Much better. Than the 3 of us and the 4 of us and the 5 of us. Do better all along. Better and better.
Excuse me, Nick. That's a lot of talk coming from a guy who's right now pushing a broom.
Maybe. But if anybody starts asking questions, a steady job is a nice answer. Also, that tavern's going to be the one big touch before I blow this town.
Yeah, I can see how big. $1.34 and 2 quarts of beer.
You see, you don't know nothing.
Okay, tell me something.
On certain nights, the safe in that joint has got nearly 30 grand in it.
30 grand? In cash?
What do you think? Lock washers?
Okay. Where do you get them $18 shirts?
Yeah. You gotta wait our moments.
Oh, I can wait. This meantime, I got what to eat.
There's still plenty of liquor stores.
Good. Let's try one on for size. Now, tell you what. We can bring your housekeeper back a present.
Inspector of Detectives Minneapolis to Chief of Detectives St. Paul. Liquor store Bandit also joined here by number 2 man of similar description. 2 jobs last night.
Hello?
Are you sober, Vicky?
Yes. Do you want to do something about it?
Get hold of Sino. Tell him tonight's the night. Safe is loaded.
I wish I was.
Tell him to be at the back door 5 minutes after closing.
5 minutes after closing. I'll tell him.
You'll be there with a car. Just at the spot we figured.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay. So long.
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Let's get the place cleaned up fast tonight. I want to get home as quick as I can.
Yes, sir, me too. Let's get cleaned up fast, huh?
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Where are you going?
Just to dump the trash out and back.
Oh, yeah. Well, make it snappy, like it was the 10th round coming up.
Yeah, sure, make it snappy. Everything make it snappy, eh? Yes, sir, snappy. Stand up.
Okay, Nick, how's it look?
We'll be fine. Now, march me back in there, but you gotta make it look good for the boss. Keep your face covered.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick. March.
You're all set on how to handle, guy.
Yeah, and the safe, too.
Okay, Cena. Here goes.
All right, get in there.
Okay, I'm going.
Get those hands up.
Yes, sir, mister, I will.
Hey, what's the...
Put your hands in the air, mister, and walk over here.
All right, take it easy.
So, hold up, Mr. Leonard.
He knows it. Go ahead, walk to the safe, both of you.
Go on, walk.
I guess we better, Mr. Lender. Maybe he'd shoot us.
Or worse, go on. All right. Now, I don't want a sound out of either of you. I want the dough out of that safe, and I want all of it.
I don't know nothing about safes, honest, mister. I
Just
don't.
walk. Come on, let's get him. Oh, you don't stand there.
But I don't know how.
Nice guy. You should have helped me, Nick.
Quiet.
I didn't figure he'd fight the gun.
Shut up.
He's dead.
Go on, get out of here.
But he's dead. We might as well get the dough.
How are we going to open a safe? Go on, scram you.
What about the cops?
I'm in the clear. Go on, get out.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
So, Don, the carefully planned robbery during which Nichols and Zeno hoped to get the contents of the safe ended with the shooting of Nichols' employer. Nichols waited for the police to arrive at the scene and told them the story he'd so carefully contrived. But the case suddenly took a fantastic turn, and the gang leader found his plans might very well lead to immediate arrest.
Now, back to Gangbusters. Now, you were telling us, Inspector Bernath, how the criminal Nichols staged a hold-up at the Minneapolis Tavern where he held a cover job.
That's right, Don. But the crime took an unexpected turn when Nichols' confederate, Zeno, shot the tavern manager. Zeno fled the scene, and as Nichols brazenly phoned for the police, Zeno returned to Nichols' apartment where he met the girl, Vicky.
Shut up, will you?
What's the matter with you?
Can't you lay off that bug juice for a while? We got troubles.
What's a little thing like murder?
Keep quiet about it. What are you blabbing your mouth off for?
Brother, you need a drink.
It's the last thing I need. Wish the devil they could get here.
So do I. I'm getting hungry.
Where do you keep those matches?
If they were any closer, they'd strike on your nose. The table, they're right on the table.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. You want a cigarette?
Nasty habit.
I hope Nick's got some ideas. I hope... Is that Nick?
Who else? If he isn't feeling better than you do.
Hey.
What?
Just a minute. I'll get it. Nick.
Yeah, come on, open up, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we're in for it.
In for it? What do you mean?
Hello, Nick. Sheriff.
Shut up, will you? What do you mean, Nick? We're in for it.
Lender isn't dead.
You're kidding.
They took him to the hospital. The cops told me he might pull through.
Should we feel sorry or glad? Hey, Nick, they don't suspect you, do they?
If they did, do you think he'd be here now?
Nick, if Lender heard us talking, if he ain't dead...
He was unconscious.
But he could have heard us talking if he tells the
I
cops...
said he was unconscious.
But unconscious people get conscious.
Sometimes it's nicer to be
He
unconscious.
probably passed out as soon as the shot hit him.
Yeah, but supposing he didn't. Supposing he knew what was going on.
Okay, suppose.
Hey, Nick,
We got time.
I want to go now. I want to go quick.
They say Florida's nice this time of year.
Now, look. If I take a powder now, that's like signing a confession. If I stick around, we're all in good shape.
But the guy's bound to wake up. Why take the chance? I'm saying goodbye.
You're staying here as long as I tell you to
But
stay.
Nick...
I heard enough.
So did I.
Hey.
Who's that, Vicky?
I'll make a guess.
Nick, it's the cops.
Get in the other room.
Yeah, okay. Talk, Nick. Talk fast.
Vicky, sit down and keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Yes? Who is it?
Police officer. Open up.
I see you made it home all right, Nichols.
Yeah. I figured home was the best place.
That's a good way to figure.
Oh, Vicky, this is Detective Olson and Detective...
Wetherill.
Detective Wetherill.
Glad to see you.
Me too.
I just spoke to the hospital, Nichols.
Oh, yeah. How is Mr. Lender? Is he any better?
Much better, Nichols.
Oh, good. I was wishing he would be.
Nice place you've got here, Nichols.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, like I told you, I was smart. I saved a little from the fight game.
Oh, yeah? What's in there, the bedroom?
Yes, that's the bedroom. What's the doctor got to say about Mr. Lender? Go through that to see him shot down like that.
Must have been pretty rough.
Rough. That it was, rough.
Nichols,
We think we might be on the right track of who that gunman is.
Yeah?
We think it's one of the two men who've been holding up liquor stores here and in St. Paul.
I'd sure like to see them caught.
I don't think you'll have long to wait.
Who's this guy? I'd like to get him in a ring or something.
Well, I'll be satisfied when we get him in our ring. Olson, show him that picture.
Good. Take a good look at this picture, Nichols.
Yes.
Tell us whether that's the man.
Well, before the guy had his face covered.
You said that.
Yeah, but the eyes look the same. I'll never forget those eyes.
Thanks. Come on, Olson, let's go.
Yeah. We'll be in touch with you, Nichols. We can reach you here, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir, here, or at the place, sir.
Well, just so we can reach you.
Good night.
Good morning.
We'll be seeing you, Nichols.
Let's go out and run around the block. That wasn't Sino's picture.
Nah, some guy I never seen before.
Congratulations.
Sino's right, baby. That was too close. Getting out of here. Let's start packing.
Good. I love to travel.
Vicky,
Yeah, what do you want?
look around back there and get me the Nebraska road map.
Oh,
I think we stay on 77, Nick. That takes us right into Omaha.
I can't find no Nebraska map. Here, take them all.
Hey.
Now let me try to catch a little sleep. I've been up since Tuesday.
Take a look on the map, Sino.
Yeah. You know anything good in Omaha?
Well, there ought to be one or two easy touches there. Knock 'em off fast, keep on going.
That's the new policy?
Yeah, that's the new policy.
Then where?
Who knows? East, maybe south, maybe Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Maybe we better stay away from Kansas and Oklahoma. Why? Vicky won't be very happy in either one of them states. They're both bone dry.
Detective Olson talking.
This is Wetherill. I got news for you.
Yeah? What is it?
I went around to the tavern to give Nichols a look at some more pictures. And he didn't show up for work tonight.
Would you try his rooms?
I certainly did. He moved out this morning, and the janitor said he was in an awful hurry.
Well.
Looks to me like we couldn't see the forest for the trees, Olson.
Yeah.
The janitor said the girl went with him and another guy. And from the description, the other guy looks like the one that did the shooting.
Did you get into the place?
Yeah, it was in pretty much of a mess, but I found one little item to write home about. Come on over and we'll figure out what to do about it. Hello, Pop. Any luck?
Oh, no. But I don't fish to catch nothing particular.
Oh.
It's just relaxing.
I see. Well, you mind if I relax a while?
No, help yourself. Hey, would you like to fish some? Got an extra line.
No, thanks.
You ain't from around here, huh?
Minneapolis, that's not so far.
Oh, Minneapolis, huh?
Yeah.
I ain't been into the city in years. I hear it growed some.
Some. I'm looking for a girl named Vicky Newton.
You ain't looking in the right place, son.
How long ago was it she lived with you and your wife?
Oh, 2 years, I'd say.
You ever hear from her?
Now and then. When she left something with us.
Oh, yeah? What?
A baby.
Oh.
Yeah, little girl. Hey, sweetest little girl you ever saw.
Well, does she ever come to see the kid?
Since she's been drinking so much and running around with that fella.
What fellow?
Oh, some jailbird from Indiana.
Indiana, huh? His name isn't Nichols.
Something like that, I think. Oh, excuse me, got a bite.
Hey, Nick.
What?
Sino just told me.
So he told you.
What have you been doing? Stealing my act and hitting the bottle?
Well, look it.
Why go back to Minneapolis?
Minneapolis owes me something.
Owes you something what, for crying out loud?
I wait months to knock over that tavern when the safe was loaded. And that door blank.
You're not going back for that.
We're driving tonight.
You're crazy.
Wouldn't you like to see your kid?
No.
Not much you wouldn't. But suit yourself.
I'll be packed. What time do we leave?
As soon as I get the car gassed up.
Is that the call?
That's it, Wetherill.
Okay, I'll take it here. Detective Wetherill talking. How are you, Pop?
We got a letter from her. Special delivery.
Yeah? What'd you have to say?
Well, she'll be here. Next week, she says. She wants to see a little girl.
Good. Pop.
Yeah?
Have you got room to board a couple of detectives for a few days?
Well, we'll make room.
Okay. They'll be up there this afternoon.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Olson.
Yes?
Nichols is back in town. He and Stino just stuck up the tavern where he used to work.
What?
Yeah, they were recognized by the manager and by both bartenders. And there was a car waiting. It must have been the girl.
You'd better get in touch with the men we've got up in the country. They might be heading that way to see the kid.
I think I'll drive up there myself. How about you, Olson?
Okay, count me in.
Have you got it counted, Stino?
Almost. Give me a chance to get through the silver, will you?
You know how to get there, huh, Nick?
Get where?
Where do you think? To see my baby.
I wanted to talk to you about that Big E.
Talk? What's there to talk about?
We're not going up there.
What do you think I came all the way back for?
We're not going.
There's nearly 300 in silver alone.
Who cares? Nick, you promised.
That's too bad. I can't take the chance.
You should have thought of that before.
I did think of it before. We're not going.
Maybe you're not, but I am. Let me out of here.
I'm going to Louisville. You're coming with me.
I am not.
Sit still, or I'll send you someplace you're not looking to go.
Hey, watch where you're driving.
Okay. Don't give me no trouble, Vicky.
Trouble? I couldn't give more trouble than you already got. Louisville, huh? Okay. We'll see how we like Louisville.
Ah, hello, Cena. When'd you come in?
I've been sitting here a while. How is she?
How do you think?
This naked beats me. If you need a dame around, so dump Vicky and get one that ain't a bottle jockey. There's plenty, you know.
She was getting okay. She was laying off the stuff, and when we got back to Minneapolis, she was fine.
She ain't been fine here in Louisville. Oh, I don't mind somebody taking a drink, but if there's something I can't stand, it's a boozer. Especially a female boozer.
Okay.
Hey, you don't think it has something to do with her not seeing her kid, do you?
How do I know? She never talked about the kid.
Should have let her see the kid, you promised.
Don't you start.
Nick.
Yeah?
Look, how about giving Vicky the pitch? Let's leave her and blow.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but it ain't right exactly.
Look who's getting a conscience.
Ought to be coming around soon. Run down to the drugstore. Get a couple of containers of black coffee, will you?
Bring your bromo with us.
Okay. Make it snappy.
Good deal. Gotta take the bad with the good.
Hello, Sino.
Hey.
Take it easy. You couldn't get away if you tried.
Okay, copper. I ain't trying nothing.
Lean up against that wall.
Yeah, sure.
Hold still.
I ain't carrying nothing.
Nothing on him.
All right, Sino. Walk back to Nichols' store.
Oh, now look.
Said walk.
You'll knock, and when Nichols answers, tell him you forgot something.
Yeah, if you say so.
Anybody with him?
Just a dame, but she passed out cold.
Okay. Knock.
Oh, listen.
Go on, knock.
Keep out of sight, Olson.
Yeah.
I thought I sent you for coffee.
I forgot something, Nick.
Crying out loud. Can't you get it through
Get
your...
him up.
Okay, I'm through.
Now, both of you back up in there.
Where's the girl?
She's in there. She's out.
That's too bad. We just wanted to thank her for the letter to a little girl and for mailing it from Louisville.
Well, how do you like that?
You want to know, Sino? We like it fine. Okay, Sergeant. Let's get him going.
That, Don, was how the criminal activities of Frank Nichols came to an end. He and his Confederates were returned to Minneapolis and stood trial for robbery. Nichols is now serving 30 years in the Minnesota State Prison, and the others equally appropriate terms.
Well, thank you, Inspector Bernath, for narrating this pointed case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to Minneapolis detectives Arthur J. Olson and Charles Wetherill, and to all the other law enforcement officers who work so hard in bringing these criminals to justice. Leading roles were played by Frank Reddick, Mercedes McCambridge, and Ken Lynch. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Proudly we hail. From New York City, where the American stage begins, here is another program with a cast of outstanding players. Public service time has been made available by this station for your Army and your Air Force to bring you this story, as proudly we hail our women in service. Our story is entitled A Ring of Stars. This is the story of a woman who saw the beginning of our nation and dreamed of what it might become. The story is a legend. Some say it never happened, and maybe it never did. But it could have happened, and the legend has taken such a firm root in the cradle of our country that the woman of the legend will always live in our minds and hearts. This is the story of the woman she was and of what might have happened to Betsy Ross. Our first act curtain will rise in just a moment, but first,
a word to the young women of America. Have you heard about the excellent opportunities for advancement in the expanding Women's Army Corps? Enterprises are urged to enlist now. You know, every day more young women are finding out details about job openings in the Women's Army Corps. So why not visit your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station? Have a talk with the recruiting sergeant. He'll be glad to give you all the information. Volunteer for the WAC today.
And now the Air Force to proudly A Ring of Stars.
I saw a ring in the sky, a shining white ring like the circle of eternity, shining with the purity of love and honor. All around it were flames of red and blue. And I did not know what this great ring was. But as I looked, it became larger, till I thought it must encircle the whole world. It was a shining circle like a ring of stars, and it looked as if it would remain unbroken forever.
I was a part of that circle as a Quaker and a pacifist. But like all who lived in the 13 colonies and 17 centuries, I was caught up in the circle and forced to reflect its glory. My name is Abel James, of James and Drinker, Shippers, Philadelphia. But this is not my story. It's the story of my little niece, Betsy. My favorite she was, as I knew her and the world knew her, before our country and our flag were born. You know her as Betsy Ross. She was born Betsy Griscom to my sister Rebecca and her husband Samuel at their Quaker home in Philadelphia in 1752. I was often away from home, sometimes with my ships, sometimes traveling to Virginia and the Carolinas to buy tobacco for the old world, so that I could bring in cargoes of tea and sugar, spices, silks, and woolens to the new. But between trips, I was a frequent visitor to my sister's home. One Saturday in April 1762, I came up the stone walk of my sister's house. Betsy and her little sister Rachel, with some of the other children from their school in Drinker's Alley, were standing in a circle playing Hunt the Squirrel. You know this game from your own childhood as Drop the Handkerchief. They run around the circle now, away from each other, till they meet again. And little Johnny bows to Betsy. Now he's it. They must tap somebody else.
Uncle Abel, when did you get back from England?
Just now, my dear child. My ship has just landed. Are your mother and father home?
Oh, yes, Uncle. Oh, they'll be so glad to see you. We just finished spring cleaning. The house will welcome you, too. Oh, don't be long, Betsy. The circle isn't big enough without you. Mother, Father, Uncle Abel's here.
Abel, my dear brother.
Rebecca.
Welcome home, Abel.
Hello, Samuel.
You look well, friend. Yes, he does. A successful trip, I hope?
Yes, indeed. I sold my cargo and brought back many fine cereals.
Oh.
Soups, brocades, and wool.
Oh, well, did you bring any quiet grays that would befit a lady in the Friends Society?
Oh, yes, of course. Especially for you, Rebecca.
Will you excuse us, Uncle Abel? Sally Drinker and the others are waiting for us to finish the game.
Yes, of course, my dear. Go ahead.
Come, Rachel. Let's show our gifts to Sally.
Abel, I'll make some tea for us. You come into the back garden and see how Samuel's flowers are growing.
Thank you, Rebecca. Tea will be fine.
Oh, you're always so thoughtful, Abel. No wonder the children love you.
Don't be long, my dear. Come into the garden while we wait for Rebecca.
Very well, Samuel.
You must have many stories to tell of your room. Every night for the past 6 months, Betsy has said the prayer for those at sea, for you.
Bless the child. You know, Samuel, not just because she's my sister's child, but Betsy's going to grow up to be a wonderful woman. You mark my words. That was one of many such family reunions during the time young Betsy Ross was growing up. Each time I came home and saw her again, she was a little gayer and a little prettier. A sparkling blue-eyed, sober Quaker dress. And little Rachel was a pretty child, too, content to stay in the background and share the general admiration for Betsy, rather than be admired herself. 10 years had passed since I brought her the blue silk, and Betsy was now a young lady. She'd finished school, and being a fine seamstress, she had taken work at friend William's upholstery shop, where young John Ross was an apprentice. Then, on one of my returns, I noticed a shadow in Betsy's eyes, and I knew that something was wrong.
Welcome home, Uncle Abel. Mother and Rachel are at the market, and Father's going to a meeting at Carpenter's Hall.
Well, it's good to see you, Betsy. How are you, my child?
Good to see you, too, Uncle. Come into the garden.
Very well. You look sad, child. Not like yourself at all. Something troubling you?
Well, to tell the truth, I've never been so happy, and yet I'm greatly troubled.
Then it must be love that's troubling you.
Uncle, how did you know?
Well, I make no claims to wisdom, Betsy, nor yet to magic arts of fortune-telling. But when a young lady tells me she's happy, which I can see in her blue eyes, and lately, which also see, not have no sign of she, why, you supposedly and always has.
Oh, but I don't love him. Like there would be no trouble. He's a very a friend.
Who then? Not John Ross.
Yes, Uncle. What can I do? It's not enough that he's a church member instead of a friend, but to be the son of the Episcopal minister.
Are you sure you love him, child? Sometimes the first bloom of love is a false one that dies with early frost.
No, Uncle, I'm quite sure. What it do? It will distress Mother and Father sorely if I'm wedded outside the society. You know what the Book of Discipline says.
Yes. Mixing in marriage with those not of our profession is an unequal yoking which brings ill consequence to the parties. It is a hard saying.
Yes, Uncle, but I know John. He's a good man, and there's no better Christian than his father, in spite of his being the rector of Christ Church.
Take the word of a lonely old man, child. Follow your heart. Your parents will be hurt, it's true, but sometimes pain brings understanding. And then, who knows, perhaps they'll be better friends themselves if they're forced to accept a love that goes outside the profession.
Huh? Dear Uncle Abel, you've taken a load off my heart. I believe that you can understand so well Mother and Father must understand, too. In time. I'll speak to them tonight.
Bless you, my child. And may all go well with you and John. And eventually Betsy became quite self again. But still she had to go through tears and shadows. Her parents were grieved, and Betsy, loving them, grieved too. She knew that the elder would be obliged to expel her from the society, and that this would hurt them most of all. But she was wise enough to know that once the step was made, and once she was John's wife, things would not seem so dark to them. So she and John made their plans, with my Bessie. Times I felt like a wicked old fool to encourage them, but later I thanked God that I had. Finally, all was ready. John had saved enough money to buy his own house and shop on Arch Street, and he and Betsy eloped to New Jersey to be married. I saw them off that day in 1772 when they boarded the horse ferry to Gloucester. God bless you, Betsy, and you too, John. Well, you look like a real dandy in that wedding suit.
Thank you, sir. Won't you reconsider and come with us?
Oh, yes, Uncle, please do.
No, Betsy, I must go and see your mother. The longer you have to face and understand it by the time you return.
Betsy, we must make it as easy for your mother as we can. Oh, you've been so kind to us, sir. We'll never forget your help.
I don't suppose my sister will either. But it's Betsy's own life, and I feel very confident she's doing the right thing. Oh, just one question, John.
Yes?
How about your marriage bond? It's very dear in New Jersey, isn't it?
It's £500 sterling. I saved most of it, and William Hugg, who will attend us, is lending us the rest. Thank you for asking, Uncle. We'll be all right.
I'm sure you will, with God's help. Take care of her, John. Goodbye.
Oh, give me a kiss, dear Uncle.
Bless you, dear.
We'll be home tonight to see you often.
Goodbye, sir.
I stood there as the boat pulled away from the shore, praying for their happiness, which I believe was in God's hands. And I have never seen a young couple anywhere who looked more as if they belonged together, and always would. Looking at that happy boy and girl, I never dreamed how short their happiness would be.
You are listening to the proudly we hail production, A Ring of Stars. We'll return in just a moment for the second act.
A word to the young women high school graduates of 52. Love and loyalty to one's country have never been the exclusive attributes of men. Women, too, have shown evidence of their devotion and courage. Now, more than ever before, the United States Army and the United States Air Force need young women. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States. Have a talk with the recruiting center. Find out how you can best serve the country and yourself. Volunteer for service in the WAC, Women's Army Corps, or WAF, Women in the Air Force, today.
You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now we put the second act of A Ring of Stars.
And so Betsy Griscom became Betsy Ross. She and John went to live in his house in a upholstering shop on Arch Street, and it looked for some time as if, after all, they would have a long and happy married life together. But there were rumblings in the colony, and the rumblings were growing louder. The Stamp Act had been followed by the Townsend Act. In 1773, as I bought my warehouse, I found my partner, Henry Brinker, standing at the door, in front of a gathering crowd. There, good morning, Sam. How are you? But none of you speaks. Henry, what's the matter?
Take a look at this poster, Abel.
The firm of James and Brinker is asked not to accept shipment of tea due to dock in the harbor this day from the East India Company. As long as the Townsend tax obtains, any imports of tea will be looked upon as an act against the free British people of these colonies. Signed, the Tar and Feathering Committee. Well, Henry, I thought this was coming.
You think we'd better do?
You better send it back.
No tea drinking and 3 cents tax a pound.
Gentlemen, friends? Men, are you friends of the colonies or of Ireland? Just a minute, friends. Henry and I want to do the right thing. We have to talk this over.
And while you're talking, the ship is docking in the harbor.
But this may ruin us.
If you take the shipment, you will be ruined. Nobody will buy from you again.
Abel, perhaps we'd better send it back.
Ships are going back from New York every day, the committee says. The shippers there know what side they're on. In Charleston, they're taking all the tea and locked it up in a vault.
I think you're right, Henry. We'll go to the dock and tell the captain. This will be a voyage he'll never forget. I have a feeling we will never forget it either. The war was still far off, but the revolution had begun. And we were still divided, Tory and Whig, Quaker and violent radical. But the day would come when the tea kettle would boil over and make patriots of us all. On Christmas Day, 1773, we were gathered at Betsy's home for a family dinner. Samuel, Rebecca, and Rachel, Betsy, John, and I. And on that day of joy and peace, we were all happy because the family was reunited. But the news was far from peaceful.
Abel, what do you think of the news? From what the Committee of Correspondence says, your ships aren't the only ones returning to
Yes, if the tax isn't fit likely, that we'll all forget the taste of tea and time.
I've almost forgotten it already. But here, a glass of port for Christmas time.
You? Your health, gentlemen.
You?
Uncle Abel, here's friend Henry to see you.
Well, come in, Mr. Tinker. Won't you join us in a glass of port?
Henry, what brings you out Christmas Day?
Hello, Samuel. Abel, I have news from the Committee of Correspondence. I thought you ought to hear it.
I can see on your face that it's no light matter.
Sam Adams is at a party in Boston Harbor. A band of men disguised as Indians, he raided the East India ships, burst open 343 chests of tea, and threw them in the water.
What?
Yes.
The Sons of Liberty will lead us to violence yet.
Do you not think they're right, sir?
It's hard to say they're wrong. But I wonder where it will all end.
The end was nowhere in sight. The long struggle was just beginning. But things happened fast after Sam Adams' tea party. Have you heard, General Washington, about attacks on Lexington and Concord? Yes. It looks as if the lines are fully drawn. We cannot draw back from standing for our rights, no matter what the outcome.
The Continental Congress in Philadelphia assembled has proclaimed the organization of the American Continental Army. The Congress has appointed as commander General George Washington of the colony of Virginia.
John Ross was one of the first volunteers. As a militiaman, he was assigned the task of guarding the stores of guns and ammunition brought in by James and Drinker and other shippers from the West Indies to speed the cause of liberty. One cold day in January 1776, I was worried about some supplies that had just come in, and I walked down from my warehouse to the wharf. I got there just in time, or rather, just too late.
What happened? The ammunition has exploded. John!
Hold it. I'll help you. Yes, we'll have to take him home. Here, Will. Stand guard in his face. Sam, help me carry him.
John?
Easy now, that's easy. He was hurt.
Oh.
We must get him into the house. Come on, Sam.
Oh, John.
I'm all right. But John was not all right. He died within the hour. Betsy mourned him with her whole heart. She lived alone in the house that she and John had shared for 4 short, turbulent years, and she continued to take work for the sewing and upholstering shop. For Betsy's fame as a fine seamstress had spread throughout the colony, and her naturally bright spirits sustained her in spite of the lonely hours. Though she was no longer a member of the Friends Society, she had never stopped being a true Quaker. For she said one day to me,
"My spirit shall be devoted to God and to my country. Sing and shout for liberty."
And finally, in June 1976, the day came for which Betsy Ross was born, and for which she will long be remembered.
Yes, gentlemen? Oh, Uncle Abel, how are you?
Betsy, my dear, this is General Washington.
Oh, I'm honored, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Mistress Ross.
Won't you sit down? What can I do for you?
Thank you, Betsy. The General hasn't much time, so we'll get right down to business. Mr. James has said that you can help me, Mistress Betsy.
Well, yes, General, I'll be happy if I can. In what way, sir, can I be of help?
The Army has no... We need a banner. Symbol which will lead us on to victory.
Well, I thought I had seen many flags among the troops.
That's true, Betsy. Many. But we have no one flag to represent all 13 colonies. The closest thing we have to a unifying symbol is the Union Jack with 13 stripes. And I feel we must not adopt the flag of British King when we are fighting for independence from the crown. Yeah.
Of course, I hadn't thought of that.
I have a design here, Mistress Betsy. A ring of 13 stars on a blue field with 13 stripes, red and white, alternating. Do you think you could make us a flag on this design?
Why, yes, General, I think I could.
You hesitate, I think.
No. Thinking, General, do you not think it would stand out more clearly if the stripes at top and bottom were red instead of white?
Why, yes, of course that's so. Upon my word, Mr. James, you brought me to the right person. Indeed I did. I didn't know myself what a good choice I'd made. But you were still hesitating, Mistress Betsy. If you have another suggestion, let us hear it.
Oh, I know you did. The 6 points, I think, prettier.
But I thought it would be very difficult to cut them out with 5 points, preserving the symmetry required.
Oh, no, General. Let me show you. Here, I'll fold this piece of paper. There. With one snip of the scissors, you see?
But a perfect star. Bless me, yes. Go ahead, by all means, and make the stars with 5 points. You look quite happy now. No other suggestions, I take it?
None. When would you like the flag?
May we have it within the week?
I'll do it by tomorrow.
Thank you, Mistress Betsy. I wish I might have you on my staff. Betsy Ross was as good as her word. She worked the rest of that day and long into the night, shaping stripes and stars of bunting in red and white, squaring the edges of a deep blue field, and sewing them together with binding of sailcloth and strong cord so that the first American flag could wave securely through the long, bitter years that lay ahead. And then the next day.
Oh, good morning, General Washington. Come in, won't you? And you, Uncle Abel?
I hope we haven't come too early.
Oh, no. I have it ready for you, General. Come into the parlor. Over. Well, here it is.
Mistress Betsy, I don't quite know what to say.
Oh, don't you like it, General? Oh, is there something wrong?
Like it? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. This flag is a symbol of courage, honor, purity, and loyalty. And you have made it a thing of beauty. Yes, indeed you have, Betsy. I am greatly indebted to you, madam, and so is the cause of American liberty. I pledge to you that I will do my best to lead this flag to victory, and that whatever its fate, I will honor it to the end of my days.
You do me a great honor, General. I am glad you're pleased with it. Now, you want to take it with you. Just a minute, I'll roll it and wrap a piece of muslin around it.
Thank you, Mistress Betsy. I believe we may have made history on this day. Will you come with me, Mr. James? And if you don't need me, General, I think I'll stay a while and visit. If I'm not intruding, Betsy.
Oh, of course not, Uncle Abel. I'm delighted. Goodbye, General Washington. If I can help again, I hope you'll call on me.
Rest assured, I will.
Oh, will you come into the kitchen with me, Uncle Abel? I'll make up a cup of chocolate.
Thank you, Betsy. That would be very nice.
Now, you sit over there, Uncle Abel, and talk to me.
I'm proud of you, Betsy. And I know John would be, too.
Thank you for saying that, Uncle Abel. You know, I had a dream last night about John and about the flag. I fell asleep while I was sewing on the stars, and I dreamed I saw them shining in the sky. A dark blue sky with a shining ring of stars like the circle of eternity. And suddenly, the sky became a blue field in heaven. And I heard John's voice saying, I'm proud of you, Betsy. You've served our country well. I knew then, Uncle Abel, that John's death was not in vain, that somehow he had become part of a shining circle that would endure. I heard his voice no more, but then I saw the flag with a ring of stars and the flowing stripes of red and white, growing so big that it seemed to spread out over this whole great land. And then I saw it marching to countries I'd never seen. All the lands where your ships have sailed, the strange countries you used to tell me about when I was a little girl. And though it was a dream, I knew with certainty that these stripes and these bright stars would shine forever to light the way to justice and freedom for mankind.
Young woman, how about your future? Does it include an interesting and important job? A job that will take you to the exciting places of the world, places where tomorrow's history is being made today. Right now, young women like yourself are urgently needed to serve their country in the Women's Army Corps. Here's your opportunity to secure your future. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and get all the facts today.
This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. This is Kenneth Bangmark speaking and inviting you to tune in this same station next week for another interesting story on Proudly We Hail.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And while you're settling back comfortably in your chair, mind if I tell you about something I'd like you to share with me? It's a glass of Petri California Sherry. Of course, most people think of Petri California Sherry as the one wine that's really swell any time, but personally, I like a glass of that Petri sherry just before dinner. You know, that's the time you're a little on edge. You've just finished your day's work, and you're waiting for your dinner, and, well, that's when you want to lean back and take it easy. And, boy, that's the time a glass of Petri sherry tastes like something just too good to be true. Try it. Petri sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. And, incidentally, if you like your sherry dry, you know, not sweet, then you'll find that Petri Pale Dry Sherry is just made for you. The important thing is the Petri label, because when it says Petri, it always means good wine. And now for our weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You're a bit late. I've been keeping some dinner hot for you. Here, pull up your chair and join me.
That's very nice of you. Thanks, Doctor. Are you all set with tonight's story?
Yes, my boy, I'm all set, as you call it. As a matter of fact, I was going over my notes on the case just before you arrived.
Last week, you hinted that a beautiful girl figured prominently in your adventure.
That's quite right, Mr. Bartell. An extremely beautiful girl. In fact, I often used to say to Sherlock Holmes that if I'd been a little younger at the time, I might... Oh, well, you haven't come here to listen to my personal reminiscences. You want to hear the story that I called The Problem of Tor Bridge.
That's what you promised us, Doctor. How did it begin?
On a windy morning in October... In the 1890s it was. As I was dressing, I observed how the last remaining leaves were being whirled away from the solitary plane tree which graced the yard behind our Baker Street house. I descended to breakfast, prepared to find my companion in depressed spirits, for, like all great artists, he was easily impressed by his surroundings. But, to my surprise, he was in an unusually gay mood. As I entered the room, he looked up at me and, with a smile,
my dear fellow. I hope you slept well.
Splendidly, thank you, sir.
I'm so glad.
Well, you're very solicitous this morning. I think you must have got a new case. Am I right?
The faculty of deduction is certainly contagious. Yes, I have a new case. After a month of trivialities and stagnation, the wheels revolve once more.
Good. Tell me all about it.
Well, as yet, there isn't much to tell. Have you ever heard of Neil Gibson?
Neil Gibson? Oh, yes, it has something to do with gold mining, isn't he?
A great deal to do with it, my dear fellow. In fact, he's considered the greatest mining magnate in the world. About 5 years ago, he bought a large estate in Hampshire. Perhaps you've read of the tragic death of his wife.
Oh, yes, of course, I remember the case now. She was murdered by a jealous governess who was in her employ, wasn't she?
That point will be decided when the lady in question, Grace Dunbar, I believe her name is, comes up for trial at the forthcoming Winchester Assizes. In any case, it's hard for me to see what I can do for my client at this late date.
Your client?
Oh, yes, I forgot I hadn't told you. I'm getting into your involved habit of telling a story backwards. Better read this letter. It came this morning.
Oh, let's have a look. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Miss Dunbar is innocent. I can't see the finest woman in the world go to her death without doing everything possible to save her. I shall call on you at 10:30 tomorrow morning to discuss the matter. Yours faithfully, Neil Gibson. Good gracious me.
There you have it, Watson. That is the gentleman I await.
Do you know anything about his dead wife?
Only what I've been reading in the papers. Apparently she was past her prime, which was the more unfortunate as this Miss Dunbar, who superintended the education of the two young children, is reputed to be a very attractive young lady.
The eternal triangle, eh? Well, where did the murder take place?
On Gibson's estate in Hampshire. His wife was found in the grounds nearly half a mile from the manor house, late at night, clad in her dinner dress, with a shawl over her shoulders, and a revolver bullet through her brain.
Any weapon found near her?
No, there were no clues found at the scene of the crime.
What made them suspect the governess?
Well, in the first place, there was some very incriminating evidence. A revolver with one discharged chamber, the caliber corresponding with a bullet in the dead woman's head, was found on the floor in Miss Dunbar's wardrobe.
Oh, was it? Pretty damaging evidence, Holmes.
So the coroner thought. And to make the case even blacker against Miss Dunbar, the dead woman had a note on her making an appointment at that very spot. And the note was signed by the governess.
It seems obvious that the girl's guilty, and the motive's clear. Mr. Gibson would be a great catch for a young girl. Love, fortune, power, all dependent on one life.
Possibly, Watson, but circumstantial evidence can be very misleading at times. As the gentleman in question, unless I'm very much mistaken, considerably before his time.
I can see him from the window here. Formidable-looking fellow. Must be well over 6 foot tall.
Judging by the way he's wrenching at that doorbell, he's a man with a violent temper.
Mrs. Hudson's opening the door to him now.
Meet him on the stairs, will you, old chap? It'll save Mrs. Hudson a journey.
Sure. Up here, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. All right.
Are you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, indeed. I'm his colleague, Dr. Watson. Come along in, won't you?
Mr. Neil Gibson, I presume?
That's right. So you're the great Sherlock Holmes, huh?
The adjective is your own, Mr. Gibson. Sit down, won't you? Another way you may speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson.
Well, I may as well begin by telling you that money means nothing to me in this case. You can burn it if it's any use to you in lighting the truth. Miss Dunbar is innocent, and it's up to you to prove it. Just name your fee.
Now, Mr. Gibson, my professional charges are on a fixed scale. I don't vary them except when I omit them altogether.
Very well. I imagine that you read the newspaper reports of the coroner's inquest?
Yes, very thoroughly.
I don't see that I can add anything that'll help you. But if there are any questions you'd like to ask, I'll answer them.
Oh, thank you. First, what were the exact relations between you and Miss Dunbar?
I suppose you're within your rights in asking such questions, Mr. Holmes?
We will agree to suppose so, shall we?
Then I can assure you that my relations with Miss Dunbar were always those of an employer towards a young lady with whom he never conversed or even saw, except in the company of his children.
Oh. Rather a busy man, Mr. Gibson. I've no time or taste for aimless conversation. I wish you good morning.
What the devil do you mean by this, Mr. Holmes?
My dear sir, the case is difficult enough without your giving me false information.
Meaning that I lied,
I was trying to express it as delicately as possible, but if you insist on the word, I won't contradict you.
Why, you confound...
Don't be noisy, Mr. Gibson. Please don't be noisy. I find that after breakfast, even the smallest argument is unsettling. I suggest that a stroll in the morning air and a little quiet thought will be greatly to your advantage.
I suppose I can't make you take the case, but you've done yourself no good this morning, Mr. Holmes. I've broken stronger men than you. No man ever crossed me and was the better for it.
Good morning, Mr. Gibson. You've a great deal yet to learn.
On my soul, Holmes, you were unusually severe with him.
I dislike liars, Watson, and I cannot tolerate arrogance, particularly when it's coupled with great wealth.
Now, how did you know about his relations with the governor?
I didn't. It was pure bluff.
Bluff? It certainly worked. Think he'll come back?
Oh, of course he will. He needs my help too badly. He'll probably change his mind before he's halfway down the stairs. Come in. Mr. Gibson. Just saying to Dr. Watson that I was certain you'd be back.
I've been thinking it over, Mr. Holmes, and I feel that perhaps I was hasty in taking your remarks amiss. Just the same, I can assure you that the relations between Miss Dunbar and me really don't affect this case.
Surely that is for me to decide, Mr. Gibson.
You see, Mr. Gibson, my friend is like a doctor. He wants every symptom before he can give his diagnosis.
Fire away, Mr. Holmes. What is it you want to know?
The truth.
I can give it to you in very few words. To begin with, I met my wife when I was gold mining in Brazil.
Your wife was Brazilian by birth, wasn't she, sir?
Yes, Doctor, and very beautiful. Well, to make a long story short, I fell in love and married her and brought her to England. After a few years, I realized that we had nothing, absolutely nothing in common.
And then I suppose this young governess, Miss Dunbar, arrived on the scene.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. Well, the story should be obvious to you from there.
You fell in love with this girl, I suppose, sir?
Who could help it?
Did you suggest marriage to her?
Yes. Though I knew that my wife would never divorce me.
I see. Then you made an utterly insincere proposition to her.
Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. I came to you on a question of evidence, not of morals. I'm not asking for your criticism.
It's only the young lady's sake that forces me to touch your case at all. Now, tell me, sir, what is your own opinion as to Miss Dunbar's guilt?
It's very black against her. I can't deny that. One explanation of the tragedy did come into my head, Mr. Holmes. I give it to you for what it's worth.
Pray continue, Mr. Gibson.
My wife was bitterly jealous. She was half crazy with hatred. She might have planned to murder Miss Dunbar, or we'll say to threaten the girl with a revolver and so frighten her into leaving us. There might have been a struggle in which the gun exploded and gone off and shot my wife, who was holding it.
Well, that possibility has already occurred to me. It's the only obvious alternative to deliberate murder.
The revolver, Holmes, was found on the floor of the governess's wardrobe.
Mr. Gibson, I should like to examine your house and the scene of the murder as soon as possible.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. Sergeant Coventry of the local police is still down there. He'll give you any help you may need.
Excellent. Watson, old fellow, out with the timetable. We're catching the next fast train to Winchester.
So if I have to have someone else on the case, I'd rather have you, Mr. Holmes. The yard gets called in, then we local police loses all credit for success. Generally gets blamed for the failures. Now I've heard that you play straight.
I don't appear in the matter at all, Sergeant Coventry. If I can clear it up, I don't ask to even have my name mentioned.
Well, that's handsome of you, I'm sure, and I know your friend Dr. Watson can be trusted, too.
Don't worry, my dear fellow. We won't steal any of your thunder.
It's nice and friendly of you, Doctor. Well, come on, gentlemen. I'll walk you down to the bridge. That's where we found Mrs. Gibson's body. It's not far from the house here.
Well, I must say, Mr. Gibson has a beautiful estate. It must be 60 or 70 acres.
Oh, nearly twice that, Doctor. The woods back of the house there belongs to him, too. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Sergeant?
There's a question I'd like to ask you. A question I wouldn't ask anyone else.
Then please ask it.
Don't you think there might be a case against Mr. Gibson himself, sir?
I've been considering that possibility.
That there Miss Dunbar's a bit of all right. If you ask me, he wanted his wife out of the way, and the pistol she was shot with was his pistol, you know.
Was that fact proven?
Yes, Doctor. It was one of a pair that he had.
One of a pair? Where's the other?
Well, Mr. Gibson has a lot of firearms. We never quite matched that particular pistol. But the box was made for two.
Well, if it was one of a pair, surely you'd be able to match it.
Well, we have them all laid out at the house if you want to look them over.
We'll do that later. This, I presume, is Thor Bridge.
That's right, sir. Found Mrs. Gibson's body lying right here at the approach to the bridge.
I see. I gathered from the newspaper reports that the shot was fired at very close quarters.
Yes, sir, very close.
Near the right temple, wasn't it?
Just behind it, sir.
How did the body lie, Sergeant?
Oh, on spec, Doctor. No trace of a struggle, no marks, no weapon. The note from Miss Dunbar was clutched in her left hand.
Clutched, you say?
Yes, sir. We could hardly open the fingers to get at it.
That's of greatest importance. It excludes the idea that anyone could have placed the note there after death in order to furnish a false clue.
What did the note say, Sergeant?
Little enough, Doctor. It just said, I will be at Thor Bridge at 9 o'clock, and it was signed Grace Dunbar.
Did Miss Dunbar admit writing it?
Oh, yes, sir.
What was her explanation?
She wouldn't say nothing. Said she was saving her defense for the trial.
Yes, it seems odd that Mrs. Gibson was still clutching that note.
Seems perfectly natural to me.
Oh, come now, old fellow. Argue the thing out logically. If the letter is genuine, it was certainly received sometime before the tragedy, say an hour or two. Why then was the dead woman still clasping it in her left hand? Why should she carry it so carefully? She certainly didn't need to refer to the note at all at the interview. Doesn't it strike you as rather strange?
Well, now you put it that way, it does seem a little peculiar.
Hello. Did you notice this, Sergeant?
Oh, you mean that chip out of that stone on the underside of the parapet of the bridge, sir? Yes, I noticed it. Didn't think nothing of it, though.
It's a very large chip.
Yes, but it's been done recently. That is how the stonework is white just here. It took some violence to do that. Hand me a cane bottom, will you?
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Yes. It's a hard knock. And in a curious place, too.
But it's 15 feet from where we found the body, Mr. Down.
Yes, Holmes, I don't see how it could have any connection with Mrs. Gibson's murder.
It hasn't. But it's a point worth noting. There were no footprints, you say, Sergeant?
None, Mr. Holmes. The ground was as hard as iron. It's been a very dry summer, and we haven't had any rain to speak of this.
Pity. Well, Sergeant, I'm much obliged to you, and now I think we'll get back to the house.
Right. Cesar will show you where the firearms are, sir.
Oh, who is Cesar?
Funny kind of a bloke. Brazilian he is.
Brazilian, eh? Like Mrs. Gibson?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Comes from the same town that she does, as a matter of fact. Something very fishy about him, if you ask me. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'm going to take a little stroll around the grounds. You started me on a new train of thought in this case, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm delighted, Sergeant. I'll get back to the house. I see. And these are all the firearms in Mr. Gibson's possession, eh, Cesar?
Except for the revolver that is missing from the case. Yes, so I say I see him.
I've never seen such a collection of guns and revolvers in my life.
Mr. Gibson had many enemies, senor. He always sleeps with a loaded pistol beside his bed. He's a man of great violence. There have been times when all of us were afraid of him.
Did you ever witness physical violence towards Mrs. Gibson?
No, senor. I cannot say that I have. But I have heard him say many terrible things to her. He would taunt her in front of we servants. I have heard him do it many times.
Thank you, Cesar. That will be all.
Muito bem, senor.
You know, Holmes, I still think the case against Miss Dunbar looks very black.
I should agree with you if it were not for one fact. The finding of the revolver in her wardrobe.
On my soul, Holmes, that seems to me the strongest evidence of all.
I think not, old chap.
Huh?
We must look for consistency. Where there is a want of it, we must suspect deception.
I don't quite follow you.
Suppose for a moment that we visualize you in the character of a woman who in cold, premeditated fashion is about to murder a rival. You've planned it. A note has been written. The victim has come. You have a weapon. The crime is well done. It has been workmanlike and complete. You mean to tell me that after carrying out so crafty a crime, you'd be so stupid as to forget to fling the incriminating revolver to the bottom of the stream? Or perhaps in the dense reeds that border it? Would you carefully carry it home and put it in the first place that would be searched? Your wardrobe?
Well, perhaps in the excitement of the moment, one...
No, my dear chap, I won't admit that's even possible. When a crime is coolly premeditated, then the means of covering it are coolly premeditated also.
Well, then if Miss Dunbar didn't shoot Mrs. Gibson, who the devil did?
I hope I can give you the answer to that question, Watson, when we've made one further visit.
Oh, Lord. Where are we going now?
To prison, old chap.
Prison?
Yes, we're going to Winchester Prison to call on Miss Dunbar. I'm certain that the key to this strange mystery lies in her hands.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Just time enough for me to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a good Petri wine. If you like a red wine, well, you want a Petri California Burgundy. If you'd rather have a white wine, then you want a Petri California Sothern. But red or white, Petri Burgundy or Petri Sothern, you're choosing a dinner wine that's sure to turn a simple meal into a feast. Your whole family and all your friends will love Petri, the wine that makes good food taste better. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure, The Problem of Thor Bridge. Well, Doctor, did you go to Winchester Prison and see Miss Dunbar?
We did, Mr. Bartell. An hour later, I found the two of us sitting in a dank and gloomy cell, talking to one of the most beautiful girls that I've ever seen. Her bright, flashing eyes and her air of quiet confidence seemed sadly out of place in such a setting. Holmes spoke to her quietly, soothing her.
Dunbar, tell us of your true relations with the dead woman.
She hated me, Mr. Holmes. She hated me with all the passion of her distorted mind.
Please tell us exactly what happened on the evening of Mrs. Gibson's death.
Well, I received a note from her in the morning. A note imploring me to meet her at the bridge after dinner that night. She said she had something important to say to me.
Did you keep that note, Miss Dunbar?
No, Doctor. She asked me to destroy the note, so I burned it in the schoolroom grate. I saw no reason for such secrecy, but, well, I did as she asked.
And yet she kept your reply very carefully. It's interesting. Tell me what happened when you met her that night.
When I reached the bridge, she was waiting for me. I won't tell you what she said, but she poured out her whole wild fury in burning, horrible words. I didn't answer. I couldn't. It was dreadful even to look at her. She was like an insane woman, standing there screaming disgusting insults at me. I put my hands to my ears and rushed away.
Where was she standing when you left her?
Within a few yards of the spot where her body was found later.
And yet, presuming she met her death shortly after you left her, you heard no shot.
No, I heard nothing. But I was so upset, Mr. Holmes, that I rushed straight back to my room.
Did you leave it again that night?
Yes. When the alarm came that Mrs. Gibson was dead, I ran out with the others.
Did you see Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Doctor. He had just returned from the bridge when I saw him. He had sent for the doctor and the police.
This pistol that you found in your room, have you ever seen it before?
Never, Mr. Holmes, I swear it.
When was it found, Miss Dunbar?
Next morning, when the police made their search. It was on the floor of my wardrobe where I keep my shoes.
You've no idea how long it had been there?
Well, it hadn't been there the morning before.
How do you know?
Because I had tidied up the wardrobe that day.
I see. Then someone must have come into your room and placed the pistol there in order to incriminate you.
I'm certain of it.
When could they have done that?
Well, it could have been at mealtime, or when I was in the schoolroom with the children.
Yes. Miss Dunbar, on examining the scene of Mrs. Gibson's death, I noticed that a piece of stonework on the underside of the parapet of the bridge had been broken away. Can you suggest any possible explanation for that?
Oh, surely it must have been a mere coincidence, Mr. Holmes.
Possibly. But why should it appear at the very time of the tragedy and at the very place? Could it possibly be that... Why, yes, of course. Idiot. Why didn't I think of it before? Come on, Watson.
Where are we going, Holmes?
Back to Thor Bridge, old fellow. As fast as we can get there.
What have you found out, Mr. Holmes?
The answer to this mystery, I hope, my dear young lady. You will get news before the day is out. And meanwhile, take my assurance that the clouds are lifting and that the light of truth is breaking through.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you're soon back here. What have you found out?
In a few moments. You got my message?
Yes, sir. Here you are. Ball of twine. What you wanted for, I can't imagine.
You'll soon see, Sergeant. Watson, I have some recollection that you usually go armed on these excursions of ours.
Yes, I'm carrying my revolver. Why?
Give it to me, old chap, will you? Thanks. I believe your revolver may have a very intimate connection with the mystery we're investigating.
You're joking.
Now, Watson, I'm very serious. I have a test to make. If the test is successful, Miss Dunbar will be free before nightfall, and the test will depend on the conduct of this revolver of yours. Yes, I'll take the precaution of unloading it. There we are. Now, Sergeant, ball of twine, please.
Wish I knew what you was up to, sir.
I tie one end of the twine like this to the handle of the revolver. So. Sergeant, see if you can find me a heavy stone, will you?
Oh, right, sir.
Holmes, what are you doing?
Trying to reconstruct the killing of Mrs. Gibson. But you've seen me miss the mark before, Watson. I have an instinct for such things, and yet it has sometimes played me false. It seemed a certainty when it first flashed across my mind in Miss Dunbar's cell. But one drawback of an active mind is that one can always conceive alternative explanations which would make our scent a false one. And yet, oh well, we can but try.
Here's a nice stone, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, I tie the other end of the twine to the stone. Wait a minute. Like that. Splendid. Sergeant, will you please take this stone and stretch the twine across the parapet of the bridge there, so that the stone will swing just clear of the water on the other side of the bridge.
Right, sir.
I'll stand on the spot where Mrs. Gibson's body was found. That's it, Sergeant. Over the parapet.
How's that, Mr. Holmes? The stone swinging about 8 feet above the water.
Splendid. Now, Watson, watch closely. I raise the revolver to my head.
Careful, Holmes, careful.
Don't worry, old chap's not loaded. Now, let us imagine I am the late Mrs. Gibson. I raise the revolver to my head and fire it. Instantly, my fingers release their grip and... There's your answer, Watson.
Great. Scott, the revolver flashed back out of your hand. Struck the parapet of the bridge, and the weight of the stone flipped it over into the water.
Was there ever a more exact demonstration? Come on, old fellow.
You're a blooming magician, Mr. Holmes. That's what you are. A blooming magician.
Look at that. There's the second chip on the stonework, the parapet here. Same size as the first.
And the murder of Mrs. Gibson...
Wasn't murder at all. It was suicide.
What?
We can follow the various steps quite clearly. A note was extracted very cleverly from Miss Dunbar. A note which made it appear that she had chosen the scene of the crime. Mrs. Gibson, in her anxiety that the note should be discovered, somewhat overdid it by holding it in her hand to the last. That alone should have excited my suspicions earlier than it did.
So she stole one of her husband's revolvers and...
planted the other one in Miss Dunbar's wardrobe.
Exactly. After discharging one of the cartridges, which you could easily do in the woods without attracting suspicion, she then went down to the bridge, where she contrived this exceedingly ingenious method of getting rid of her weapon. When Miss Dunbar appeared, she used her last breath in pouring out her hatred, and then, when the girl had left, carried out her terrible purpose.
Then the missing revolver...
You'll find it with the aid of a grappling hook at the bottom of the stream, and also the stone and the string, with which this vindictive woman attempted to disguise her own crime and fasten a charge of murder on an innocent victim.
Yes, Sergeant, and don't forget while you're at it that my revolver's down there, too.
Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I'll get some grappling hooks right away.
I must say, Holmes, you've solved this case brilliantly. Quite brilliantly.
I disagree, old chap. And I fear that you will not improve my reputation by adding the case of the Tor Bridge mystery to your annals.
Oh, nonsense, but that's ridiculous.
Oh, no, it isn't, old boy. I've been sluggish in my mind, and wanting in that mixture of imagination and reality, which is the very basis of my art. I confess that the chip in the stonework was a sufficient clue to suggest the true solution, and I blame myself for not having attained it sooner.
Well, Holmes, personally, I agree with the sergeant's opinion of you.
Oh? What was that, old fellow?
You're a blooming magician, Mr. Holmes. That's what you are, a blooming magician.
Well, Doctor, Holmes really was a magician. That is, if you did find Mrs. Gibson's revolver and your own in the string.
Oh, we found them all right. You don't think I'd tell you the story otherwise, do you? What do you take me for, anyway?
Well, now that you ask, I'll tell you. I take you for a very charming gentleman, a wonderful storyteller, and a fine host.
Oh, that's very nice. Really,
Well, you are a gentleman of the old school. And you do tell a fine story.
You flatter me, you...
And you are a perfect host. That meal we had tonight was wonderful.
Oh, it was, eh?
And, that wine, what kind was it?
It was Petri wine, and you know it. And I should have known that you were leading up to something. Mr. Bartell, you should be ashamed of yourself. You will do anything to get a chance to talk about Petri wine. Oh, I can't say that I blame you.
Well, honestly, Doctor, I meant everything I said. But you don't really want me to stop talking about Petri wine, do you? After all, it's worth talking about, isn't it? What other wine is made with the loving care that goes into Petri wine? Don't forget, Petri wine is made by the Petri family. Winemaking is their business. Why, they've been making wine for generations, handing down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. You can be sure the Petri family really knows plenty about the fine art of turning luscious grapes into delicious wine. That's why, whether you want a wine for before dinner, with dinner, or for any time, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what new story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell an adventure that Holmes and I had amid the oriental magnificence of a Maharaja's palace in India.
India? Sounds intriguing. What were you and Sherlock Holmes doing out there, Doctor?
Well, we'll have to wait till next week to answer that question, my boy. But I can tell you that it was one of the weirdest problems that we ever had to solve. I call the story The Vanishing Elephant.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is adapted from the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Problem of Thor Bridge. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. Oh, when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Oh, they look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead.
And here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicides with class. Well, that's a pretty good answer.
What kind of a slogan was that, Chalmers?
Oh, my goodness. Sergeant Otis.
That's right.
Well, don't take any bets. I know a dozen people who would swear you were something else.
Oh, now stop the gags. I got something important to talk to you about.
I know what it is.
You do?
I bet you've lost your shoes.
What makes you think that, wise guy?
Well, I drove by the docks this morning and spotted 2 landing barges with laces.
Oh, I give up. Here, you better talk to the lieutenant.
Rick?
Hello, Walt.
Why don't you lay off Otis? He was just calling to ask you to do a favor for us.
What kind of a favor?
The 5th Precinct is having its annual dance next week.
Oh, now, Walt.
Well, what's the matter? Just a couple of songs, and then you can go home.
Oh, sure. Just like last time. I was just going to be a couple of songs last time, too. But before those lovely cops let me go, I had a crack in my voice like the Liberty Bell.
Well, this time, I promise. Only 2 songs.
All right. If one of them's Mule Train.
Sure, but why Mule Train?
I want to whip Otis for sound effects.
Mr. Diamond?
Wait a minute, Walt. I think I spotted a client.
Okay, Rick, I'll tell the committee you'll be there.
Bye.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
No, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Oh, don't look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead.
Hmm.
That's right. He's supposed to be dead.
Well, bring him over. We can make a fortune from Barnum and Bailey.
I guess I better go.
No, wait a minute. Maybe you better tell me about it.
Okay. I'm Martin White. I go to Barrett College. I'm an ex-GI. I'm a senior now because I couldn't start until I was released from the hospital 3 years ago.
Hospital, huh? What was the trouble?
I got hit at casino.
How long were you in the hospital?
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah, Okay, I fell apart up there.
Oh, psychosis?
Yeah.
Go on.
The other day I was on my way to class when I saw this man I was telling you about.
The one who's supposed to be dead?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be in the same outfit with me. I saw him killed at casino.
Oh, well, so you made a mistake. So he looks like the guy.
No, it's not like that. Maybe I better tell you, and then you'll understand.
Go ahead.
Well, his name was Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. I was a captain with the Fifth Army when we went into casino.
And Jarvis?
Private. He'd been with us since we pushed Rommel out of the desert. Everybody hated him.
Why?
Gold brick. Never missed a chance to dog it. But he was smart, plenty smart. There wasn't anything we could pin on him.
Yeah, I know the type.
He was great in a street fight because he was big. And I mean really big. Big and nasty. But up on the line, he went to pieces.
Okay, go ahead.
One night, we got a report that a man answering Jarvis's description had killed a corporal in a fight. By the time the details got to me, the Germans had opened up with everything they had. I was ordered out on patrol, so I took Jarvis with me.
You took a big chance.
You know it. But there was one witness to the killing, an old man in the town. If Jarvis knew he might be identified, he'd have gone over the hill, sure. So I figured I'd watch him. Keep him with me until the Germans slowed up and we could show him to the old man. Oh, we moved up. The Krauts had the main body zeroed in with their 88s. Our job was to move up, try to spot a path through the enemy artillery pattern. We had to belly down, and Jarvis and I ended up in a hole together.
They'll spot us, sure. They'll correct and drop those things all over us in a minute.
Keep your head down, Jarvis.
I tell you, they'll spot us.
Now, you listen to me. You raise your skull 1 inch out of this hole before I tell you, and so help me, I'll drill you myself.
Okay. You hate my guts, don't you?
Knock it off.
This is real funny, this is. Two guys this close hating each other.
Next time I'll pick a bigger hole.
Captain White.
What?
About that murder.
Can it?
You think I killed the guy, don't you?
I don't think anything right now, just those top tents down there.
You're thinking about it all right. You and everybody else. You all hate me because I'm not a tin soldier like you with ideals sticking out all over your fat face.
I told you to knock it off, but you wanted it laid on the line, so I'll tell you. Yeah, I hate your guts. Okay?
That's good enough. I killed that Corporal Captain White.
You're out of your mind.
I am, huh? Well, this is as good a place as any to go over the hill.
You're crazy. Get down.
Relax. I got a bayonet pointed right at your belly.
Jarvis, don't.
Go on. Cry. Whine. I'm going to put you in for a Purple Heart. Only you'll have to pin it on your blanket.
Jarvis, for the love of God.
Now you're only a number on the record.
Jarvis, you dirty
You're going to take a little while to die, Captain, so you can think about me getting out. I'm taking off, and I'm leaving the rest of the saps with all the honor and glory they want. So long, Captain. It's all yours.
Jarvis! Come back here! Jarvis! Well, it was one of those lucky things, Mr. Diamond. I got out. Spent a day and a night in that hole until the medics found me.
What about Jarvis?
I'd swear he got the 88 right on top of him.
But now you think you've seen him and you're not sure.
I'm not sure of anything right now. But I saw that 88 hit, and I saw Jarvis go down.
Okay. Let's say you did see Jarvis. He got out some way. Looks pretty simple to me. Call up the authorities and tell them you spotted a man wanted for murder. There certainly should be a lot of guys from your outfit who could identify him.
No. He's done something to his face. Maybe the shell did it for him, but I know it's him. You can't miss a guy that size.
A lot of big boys.
Sure, but he's got the same rotten eyes. That didn't change, and that nasty smile he gets. I'd know him anywhere. In a dark room, I'd know him.
No, but you said you were scared. Why not go to another school?
I can't. I've got a job up there, and I've got a wife and a kid. That's why I came to you. I can't go to the police. They might put me back in that hospital. They'll think I'm slipping again. Up here.
Uh-huh. Well, let's say it is Jarvis. What in the world would a guy like that be doing in a college?
Don't you think I've asked myself those questions? Just forget the whole thing.
No, wait, Martin. Look, if I prove to you one way or another about this Jarvis, will you forget about Casino?
Yeah.
What name is he using?
Blackwell. John Blackwell.
Okay, let's go.
Don't you get a fee or something?
Your wife a good cook?
The best.
Well, I'm staying for dinner, and after you see what I put away, you'll probably wish you'd paid the $100 a day in expenses. Usually I'm pretty hard about my fee because the trouble I get into has to be balanced on the book some way. But a young guy comes in with a real problem, and old hard-headed Diamond gets a fast softening of the skull. Well, 2 hours later, Martin White, me, and my real soft skull were on the campus of Barrett College, and in the converted Quonset hut the Whites called home.
He's hungry, Mr. Diamond.
Hiya, fella. Well, nice-looking boy.
Yeah. Takes after his mother.
Martin, if we're going to do something about this thing, we'd better get a move on.
All right, where do we start?
I think I'd like to look at this, what's the name this guy's using, you say?
Blackwell.
Oh, well, I'd like to look at Blackwell's school record. How about it?
Oh, I think I can fix it. Let's go.
Oh, dinner's at 6, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, we eat early because I'm night watchman on campus. I go on duty at 7.
I'll be on time, Mrs. White.
It's Nan.
Oh? Well, love corned beef and cabbage, Nan.
Well, I'll walk out with you. I have to go to the store.
Come on, Mr. Diamond. We'll walk Nan out across the street.
Martin, look out! Oh, that idiot. Must have been drunk.
Nanny, all right?
Oh, sure, but you, Martin, he came right at you.
I know. Mr. Diamond, that guy wasn't drunk.
Yeah. Well, Nan, you think you can go to the store alone?
Oh, certainly, I'm fine now.
But that car...
Now, come on, Martin. We've got to check those records.
Well, I see you at dinner. And, Martin, you listen to what Mr. Diamond has to say. That man was probably drunk.
Good girl.
Yeah. What about that car?
Could have been an accident. Let's think it was for a while, anyway.
Well, this is where they keep the records. Hello, Susie.
Hi, Martin. Well, hello.
Hello, Susie.
This is Mr. Diamond, Susie. Mr. Diamond, Susie Wirt.
It's really a pleasure, believe me.
We'd like to look at the file, Susie.
You a new professor, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's.
Married?
Not a bit. Why?
Pretty square, huh?
Sometimes, but I can learn.
Yeah? Well, I might just start some night classes of my own.
That sounds like fun. In about 5 years, you let me know how your education is progressing.
Oh. Age is a problem with you, huh?
My dear, when I stumbled over 30, everything got to be a problem. Now, do you think we can,
Yes?
The records, Susie. Remember?
Yes, Susie, the records.
Oh. Okay, which ones?
We want to see the file.
Everything from B to C.
Okay. But if I get in trouble for this, you may have to make it up to me in some way.
I'll buy you a soda.
And I'll let you. Here they are. B to C.
Thanks, Susie. I'll let you know when we're finished.
Okay, be a recluse. Only I got some ideas about that, too. I'll be in the next room.
Youth. Well, let's take a look.
How come you asked for everything from B to C?
No sense in letting everybody know what we're doing. If we just asked for Blackwell's file, Susie might have said something to him.
Oh.
No, here it is.
Yeah, it says here, John Blackwell, 28, resident of McAllister, Oklahoma.
Hey, get a load of this. Height, 6'6", weight 240.
Like I said, he's a big one.
If he fell down, he'd be halfway home. Look, Martin, where can I find this Blackwell?
Now, let's see. What does it say about his classes here? It's 2:30 now. Yeah, he should be in English Lit.
Take me over there.
You want to see him?
I want to meet him.
You want to meet him?
Oh, now relax. Sooner or later, you've got to talk to him. Oh, Susie. Susie.
Yes?
Oh, Susie, we're finished.
I'm not. How about that soda?
I'll take a rain check.
Lots of rain up here.
Susie?
Yes?
Bye. Well, we left Susie in the middle of a pout. and Martin took me across the campus to another building. We went up a long hall and stopped at a door marked English Lit. Martin looked in for a minute and then pointed.
That's him. That's him right there.
Now, relax. Hey, he must get a bloody nose from the altitude. He's head and shoulders over the whole room.
I'm sure of it. I tell you, when I get around to that guy, I'm sure of it. That's Jarvis.
Get back from the door. The class is breaking up.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Diamond.
No. Now, I want you to introduce me to him.
I can't. I tell you, I got the shakes.
Oh, you're going to have to face it sooner or later, Martin. Here they come.
Okay, I'll try.
There he is.
Blackwell.
He sees you.
Over here.
Now, what do I say?
Just introduce me. I'll do the rest.
Yes? You call me?
Yeah. You don't know me, but I understand you're a new student. I'd like you to drop by the fraternity house and meet some of the boys.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd be glad to.
SAE. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Blackwell.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you.
You a professor here, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's. This your first year at college?
Yeah.
You're a little late, aren't you? What held you up? Service?
That's right.
Oh, well, I was in the Army myself. What outfit were you in?
I didn't say I was in the Army, Mr. Diamond. Matter of fact, I was in the Navy.
Oh.
Well, Mr. White, I have to be going now. When would you like me to stop by the house?
Oh, anytime. Around 6. Most of the boys are in then.
See you then. Nice meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Well?
You've never met him before. I mean, here on the campus?
No, why?
When he left, he called you Mr. White.
Yeah, and I didn't introduce myself.
Well, I do know one way to clear this whole thing up.
How?
Fingerprints. Washington's got a record of Jarvis. If I can get Blackwell's, we can compare them.
It's a swell idea, but about as easy as going after a mountain lion's molar.
Oh, I'll think of something. And you go on home and stay with the wife and baby. All right. I left Martin and cut across the street to the college malt shop. When I went in, a bunch of kids were having a time playing records and making dates, so I slipped by them and eased into a phone booth and put in a fast call to the 5th Precinct Police Station and Walt Levinson.
Fifth Precinct, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, good grief. I got the zoo.
Oh, you just call up to make whites for ex-shamus?
Now, put the lieutenant on. But don't growl at him. He's close enough to snap a collar on you.
Oh. Yeah, what do you want, Diamond?
That's a pleasant way to answer the phone. What have you noticed been doing? Setting fire to the commissioner?
Oh, I give up. Where are you?
I'm up at Barrett College.
College?
Sure. I'm trying to talk the science department into bidding on your sergeant's brain. They've got gargantuas and they need a match set.
Now, will you please be serious?
Okay, Walt. Now, look. I've run into something that has a good chance to end up looking like homicide. I can use some help.
You know that's out of my district.
Look, I just want you to do some checking for me. Find out about a John Blackwell who's supposed to come from McAllister, Oklahoma. He's a student here.
What do you want to know about him?
Oh, how long he lived in McAllister? Family, friends, the usual things. And then do some checking on a boy named Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. Check his fingerprints with the military authorities. See if he was ever in McAllister and if he knew Blackwell.
Okay. Where can I call you and how fast do you need it?
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just spotted someone in this malt shop.
Are you in a malt shop?
Yeah, and I gotta hang up. I don't want to lose this boy.
Well, where can I reach you?
Call the local law and tell him I'm on the campus.
Wearing a beanie?
Funny. Pretty funny. Ah, Mr. Blackwell, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Diamond.
That's right. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Just finishing my malt.
Looks good. Think I'll have one.
It is good. Good for you. Makes you healthy. Live a long time.
Well, I guess that's what we're all after.
I guess so. How long have you known Martin?
Martin White?
Yep.
Not long. How long have you known him?
Just met him today with you. Why?
Oh, nothing. Wondered how you knew his name.
Oh, he was pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I gotta be going, Mr. Diamond. This little chat has been very enlightening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And now. Hey, waiter.
Huh? Oh, you want something, mister?
Yeah, the small glass.
Just the glass?
Don't touch it.
Well, what's wrong with it? Is it contagious or something?
Yeah. Here's $5.
Huh?
Give me a napkin to wrap it up in.
Oh, a collector, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, take it. I had a girlfriend who used to collect beer cans, but this is a new wrinkle.
Thanks.
Oh, it ain't nothing. Come back again and get a load of our ice cream dishes. You'll lose your mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't break anything of value, Mr. Diamond.
You're going to hog a sidewalk, that's for sure.
Let me help you.
I can make it.
It's a mess, isn't it? Taking one of our famous malts back home?
It might be, Jarvis.
I beg your pardon.
I said it might be, Jarvis.
Name's Blackwell, remember?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You see, Martin White says he thinks he was in the service with you.
I told you I was in the Navy.
I didn't say Martin wasn't.
Well, you're mistaken. My name's not Jarvis.
Oh, well, isn't that funny? Martin was so sure. He was even going into New York in the morning to see if he couldn't find some of his old buddies who might have remembered you.
I hope he has a nice trip.
I'll tell him when I see him.
But I don't get it, Mr. Diamond. Why did you tip him?
Oh, he knew it before I tipped him, Martin. I don't want him to skip before I can get the information on him.
But now he's sure to take off.
Not until he gets you.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, do you think...
I know you'll try, Nan. Martin is the only one here at Barrett who can actually identify him. He knows I'm suspicious of him, so he'll go after Martin first and then me. He's got to make his play.
But you said that he...
Martin, give me your hat and coat.
Why? What are you going to do?
Take your place as night watchman. Whatever he's going to do, he'll try it tonight. I want him to try it on me.
No, I won't let you do it.
Look, I pushed it this far. It's all set up.
Oh, honey, don't let him do it.
Yeah, Mr. Diamond,
Now, you two lock yourself in, and I'll come back, huh?
Oh, please, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the hat fits pretty good. I'll have a look.
But there must be something we can do.
Oh, sure, Nan, there is.
What?
Save me some corned beef and cabbage, huh? It was dark when I walked out with Martin's hat and coat and started across the campus. I had a flashlight. The night was black, solid black. But I had a feeling that sat on my shoulder and raised goosebumps. When you've been in this business as long as I have, that feeling is an alarm ringing inside, telling you that trouble is creeping up. Halfway across the campus, I stopped. I heard nothing but the usual sounds that come with night. Dampened, muffled sounds. I walked on. And I heard it. The sound of someone walking well behind me. I stopped again. Maybe it was Jarvis. Maybe it wasn't. There was one way to find out. Keep going. If it was anyone with no business with me, okay, he'd stop following. I cut to my left, away from the main walk and toward the shadowy bulk of the college buildings. I kept going until I reached the gymnasium building. I was leading my pigeon to me. But who was the pigeon? My toes were beginning to turn in, so I figured I was. Then the bulk of the big building popped up in front of me. I tried the door. It was open. I went in, closed the door behind me. There was no light at all. Only a funny sound that I couldn't identify. A peculiar humming, and there was a smell. Chlorine. Yeah, chlorine. Now I knew where I was, an indoor pool. The hum was the filtering machinery. I wanted to turn on the flashlight, but in a place like this, I couldn't give Jarvis the tip on where I was. I had to get out, so I felt my way carefully along the tile floor. I kept what I guessed was the middle of the walk around the pool, and then... He was in with me. I stopped, but he didn't.
White. I know you're in here. This couldn't be better. You're a sap, White. Coming in here. Don't be silly, White. You know that door leads to the filtering machinery. Come on, this way. It's the only way out, and I'll be waiting for you. Okay. It's all the same whether you come to me I go to you.
Stay where you are, Jarvis.
Who's that?
We met before.
You're not White.
No, I'm not.
Diamond?
Yeah. Not White, and you're not Blackwell. You're Jarvis. Surprise, Buster?
What's the difference?
None, I guess. Where's the real Blackwell?
Where you're gonna be, Diamond.
Stay right there, Jarvis.
Sure, and let you shoot off your mouth. All right, Diamond. It's all the same to me whether I get you first or White. I gotta do both. Now we'll see just how tough you are, Diamond. Well, the boy's got a gun. You missed, Diamond. And too bad the flash gave you away. Now I gotta do this fast. This is it, Diamond. Diamond, put away. I can't swim.
Well, Buster, I got news for you. I'm not going to teach you. This won't take long. Just enough to get you a little waterlogged. Hold your nose, Jarvis. It helps.
Diamond.
Martin. Lights, Martin. Get him on.
Yeah. I have to come. I won't let you do it alone. I heard the shot and Where's Jarvis?
Jarvis? No, I think we can take him out now. He's done. Here, grab him.
Yeah. He dead?
No.
Here, give me a hand, Mr. Diamond.
Wait. Hey, honey, I'll get my breath. You know, Martin, Jarvis was a bad soldier, but in the Navy, he had just been plain lousy.
We've got to pay you something.
Okay. Mail the recipe for your wife's corned beef to a gal named Helen, huh?
But, Mr. Diamond...
Forget it.
Jarvis won't... he won't...
Come back? Oh, no. The Army picked him up. They've got first crack at him. Then come the McAllister authorities who'd like to talk with him about the murder of John Blackwell.
So that's how he got Blackwell's papers.
Sure. Blackwell was alone in the world. He was going to come here to school, but Jarvis hitched a ride and... Well, once the guy killed... He'll do it again to beat the rap.
And Blackwell and Jarvis were both from McAllister.
Yeah. Jarvis figured this college would be a great hideout under a different name, papers all in order, but you saw him and he saw you, and that put a crimp in his plans. From there on, you know the rest. Now, I guess...
Oh, I'll get it. Be back in a minute.
I'll send your clothes to you when I get back to the city, Martin.
No hurry, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, the phone's for you.
Me? But no one knows I'm here but the McAllister police force, Levinson, Otis, Jarvis, Susie, the campus, and you.
Well, he asked for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Diamond?
Levinson?
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Are you all right?
Never better. Why?
Because we got the report on Jarvis. He's a bad boy. You watch yourself. Don't get caught alone with him.
Oh, sure, Walt. I'll be real careful. The only place I'll be seen with him is in a swimming pool.
Huh? And I'll cut the wisecracking. What's that? You say something?
Hold it a minute, Walt.
Oh, Bill, please.
Sorry, Mr. Diamond. I guess the phone awakened him.
Diamond, what are you doing? You got asthma?
Quiet, Walt. Hold it. Martin, bring the baby here.
But he's never done this at this time.
Oh, never mind. Bring him here.
Okay, you asked for it.
Now, baby.
Stop calling me baby.
It's twilight on the prairie, and the moon will soon be high. She'll be herding every star up in the sky. We'll lope along to dreamland, and we'll bid each care goodbye, while the wind blows through the sagebrush with a sigh. So hush, little darling, little dear, go to sleep, little darling. I'm right here. Let my shoulder be your pillow. You'll be safe as you can be. Little darling, you mean all the world to me. We'll always be together And I promise faithfully that your dreams will all come true. Just wait and see. So hush, little darling. Little dear, go to sleep, little darling. I'm right here.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Say, what's going on over there?
Oh, now, hold it a second, Walt. I got somebody who wants to say hello to you. That's a good boy. Now, say hello to the lieutenant.
Otis, get off the line.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Paul DuBob, Sammy Hill, Jerry Hausner, Jane Webb, and Dave Ellis. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC? Phil Harris celebrates his birthday this evening by getting into just a little more trouble than usual on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Theater Guild on the Air presents Jane Wyman, Beatrice Pearson, and Mel Ferrer in the psychological melodrama The Willow and I. It's the best entertainment on the air, and it's yours for the listening today on NBC. Now stay tuned for James Melton and the Harvest of Stars on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart. Merry 29th of December.
You too, Sam. Did you take the little boy home?
Yep.
Straight home?
Well, not exactly, F. Had to make a couple of emergency stops, but we got there.
What do you mean, Sam?
Well, I got my weekly knot on the head, for one thing.
Sam, just taking the little boy home?
Like I said, F, we were derailed. There was a dash of poison, for instance. A couple of pounds of $1,000 notes. And an infernal machine that nearly blew up half the Mission District. But other than that, we had a peaceful ride home.
Why, Sam, this sounds like a caper.
Which is just what it is, Angel. Get out our special holiday bottle of Napa Valley wine, and we'll get in our premature regards to the new year, following dictation of a report entitled The Prodigal...
Prodigal, Sam? Are you sure that's the right word?
Certainly, I'm sure. The Wanderer will return to the roost. You and your big fat roost. With our last bedtime story for 1950, namely... The Prodigal Panda Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie! Miss Perrine!
Coming, Sam, coming. I've been looking in the dictionary.
Huh?
Sam, you've fallen into the trap.
Again?
Prodigal. Here, now, see? Prodigal. Given to reckless extravagance. It doesn't mean wandering at all, see? Now, people think just because the prodigal son wandered that you...
What are we talking about?
Oh, the prodigal panda caper. How can a panda be given to reckless extravagance?
Well, let me see. Oh, here. Definition 3, prodigal. Yielding abundantly, luxuriant.
A panda? You mean one of those black and white?
Oh, right. See note below, it says. You ready for the note below?
Where's my pencil? Oh, all right, Sam, now, fill in it. 2.
Master Roebuck Dozier, 2318 Delaney Street, City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the prodigal
panda caper.
Right. Dear Roby, I'd spent a relatively pleasant day running down a case of slow pay in North Beach and, flushed with success, had returned to my office for a final check of the file. Underwood Helen, Usher Roderick, Barton Dolly, where the... Oh, Spirits Holiday. I sat down, put my hat and my feet on the desk, and was loosening my collar when I noticed just to the right of my off ankle one large bag of jelly beans. Sighting past it, I saw in the corner chair an open copy of a magazine featuring on the cover a blonde in a low-cut dress taking a .38 slug from a slack-jawed bug in the background under big red letters spelling out Thrilling Crime Comics. And behind all this, sound asleep, was you. Hey, Sonny. Hey, wake up, will you? Come on, Revelie's blowing.
Huh? Oh.
Hi. How long you been here?
Oh, a long time, I guess.
What's your name?
Roby, short for Roebuck.
Well, what can I do for you, Roby?
I've been to the police. They wouldn't do anything. They said I should come to you.
You mean you got a job for me?
Yeah.
Dangerous?
Yeah, a hoist.
You mean a heist? What was it?
My Panda bear.
Oh, someone stole it?
Yeah. It's not mine, really. I bought it for my little brother, Barney.
Mm-hmm.
He's 5 and he's always wanted one. So when I got the junk money, I went...
Money?
Oh, bottles and papers and stuff.
Oh.
I collected it from the neighbors and earned $6.15. And Barney wanted the Panda bear, so I bought it at Lacey's department store today, and they stole it.
Who stole it?
Well, there was this man in the checkered coat and the lady in the red silk dress, just like the story in the comic here.
Oh.
The man looked like that, but the lady looked different.
Mm-hmm.
She had black hair and a red dress, and her eyebrows went up this way instead of sideways.
Oh.
I was walking down the street with my Panda bear, and the lady called me over to a car she was sitting in and started to talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
And right away, the man in the checkered coat ran up and grabbed at my Panda bear, and then chased me up a fire escape. And the man pulled out a big black gun and said if I didn't come down and give him the Panda, he'd shoot me and Barney and Mom. So I came down and gave him the Panda.
Well, that's quite a mouthful. Oh, excuse me, Roby. Hello?
Sam?
Yeah, Dundee.
This is Dundee.
Oh.
Sam, there's a little fella about 8 years old on his way over there.
No, he's here now, Lieutenant. What's the deal?
He gave us quite a story.
Well, how'd it go?
Well, we took it down. I got it right here
Good.
somewhere. Let me see. It's about a man in a checkered coat and a lady in a red silk dress.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Quote, I was walking down the street with my Panda bear, and the lady called me over to her car.
Okay, Dundee. He hasn't changed it any.
We got hold of his mother. Runs an elevator in the Rust building.
Good.
She says he reads too many comic books. You better send him home.
Okay, Lieutenant, thanks. Come on, Roby.
You're going to send me home?
Lieutenant Dundee called your mother, old man, and
You don't believe me either.
Oh, it's not that, Roby. It's just
But I can't go home without the Panda bear. What do I tell Barney? I promised him. My own brother.
Oh, he's home now, waiting?
Yeah.
Well, tell you what I'll do, Roby. You let me put you in a taxi and send you home, and I'll take the case.
You'll get my Panda back?
It wouldn't be at all surprised. So if Barney's face hits the floor, just tell him Samuel Spade Incorporated's working on it.
Only one thing.
Huh?
I haven't any money left.
Oh, well, you got jelly beans, haven't you?
Yeah?
Okay, you can pay me off in jelly beans. Now, come on now, let's find a taxi. Which we did, Roby. Like the psychology books said, I didn't discourage the child imagination, but I did try to tout you off thrilling crime comics and onto Alice in Wonderland. This, I could see, would take some doing. It was almost closing time when I got to Lacey's, but I talked my way past the man at the door and hustled up to the 6th floor and the toy department. The clerks were doing whatever clerks do at 5:30, but I found a handy floor walker.
Dear me, Mr. Spade, I just don't know. I just don't know.
You mean you counted your cash and everything, but you can't...
It's not that, Mr. Spade.
Oh.
I am perfectly willing to stretch a point to please the little fellow. We like to think we're human here, you know.
Well, that's nice. That you like to think so, I mean.
But you see, something very strange happened this afternoon. Come over this way, sir, by the escalator.
Oh.
We had the giant pandas at this counter here. 25 of the large size. I assume that's what you're interested in.
I guess so. Then what then?
Well, for Christmas, they didn't do anything.
Just sat here, huh?
Yes. But would you believe it, sir, this afternoon, all 25 were sold.
Well, how do you account for that? New Year's gaiety?
Well, if you want my personal opinion, it's...
An impressive panda bear, Roby. It was hard to figure out how you could lose anything that big, and harder still to figure out how I'd explain this kind of thing to people who stopped me on Market Street. Be that as it may, my floor walker friend took my cash, tore off the sales slip, and I was about to set sail with my Panda when I heard him make the kind of a noise floor workers make when they see what he was looking at.
Miss Greenbar! Miss Greenbar!
She pointed weakly, turned pale even by floor walker standards, and sagged to the deck. I turned in time to see Miss Greenbrier collapse at the top of the escalator and watched her come down, draped across 3 steps like the cover of one of your books of bedtime stories, Roby. She was the last passenger of the day, or so I thought. When I looked closer, I saw she wasn't a passenger. She was freight. At the lamp counter on the floor above, busily adding up receipts as if nothing had happened, was a dark type built along Dragon Lady lines.
I'm very sorry, sir, but we're closed.
I want to know about the girl who just went down the escalator.
Miss Greenbrier?
Yeah, notice anything strange about her?
Why, is she ill?
Yeah. Did she look ill?
I thought there must have been something wrong. I said hello to her, and she didn't pay any attention to me. It was only a second ago.
Where'd she come from?
Around the corner. I think she'd been at the wrapping desk.
She had. It was a 10-size sheet of heavy brown paper, a batch of metered postage tape, and a shipping label addressed to Master Frankie Carson, 281 Avenida Ruiz, Havana, Cuba. Downstairs, I found my floor walker friend who'd come around and was bending over Miss Greenbrier with an impressive-looking gent with gray at the temples.
Good heavens, it can't be. It just cannot be. That's all.
I'm afraid she is, though.
In Lacey's, it's unheard of. Why should she be? Good heavens, in my department, too.
Excuse me, floor walker.
Oh, this is Mr. Spade. He was with me when it... Oh, dear.
I'm Dr. Kent Thorne. I was exchanging some Christmas gifts when...
Any idea what killed her?
Well, it's pretty hard to tell without an examination, and I don't have my things with me. Heart, possibly.
Natural causes?
Well, of course. Why, do you have reason?
There are more natural places to die than at the top of an escalator.
And in my department at Lacey's, too. Good heaven.
Well, who can say? Have to look up the girl's history. If she had a heart condition, well...
Sure. Meanwhile, I'll call homicide. They've nothing better to do. For a minute, I thought I'd been reading too many comic books, Roby, but things settled down when they pulled out the records and found Miss Greenbrier had a heart condition of long standing, and the medical examiner wrote it off as natural causes. So, hoping you would consider a jelly bean bonus for promptness, I picked up my Panda and went. Outside, I'd gone about 10 steps when...
Hi, Humphrey.
It was Larry Healy, the cop who drives for Lieutenant Dundee, sitting in a patrol car.
Oh, you and Bogart. Who's it for?
A little kid in the mission.
How come?
What do you mean, how come? I'm buying a panda bear for a little kid in the mission who likes panda bears. Does that have to be explained?
Okay, Sam, okay. It just hit me. The bear ain't turned out quite right. He needs a necktie.
Oh?
I just happen to have one here my brother-in-law got me for Christmas. Here, gimme. Now, see. Sure. Yeah.
Ooh. Larry, how long has there been bad blood between you and your brother-in-law?
Bad blood. Listen, even when we were friends, he gave me ties like this. There you are. On your way, Sam.
Thanks.
Taxi!
The cab let me out near the end of Delaney, and I started walking up the row of dingy pre-earthquake flats towards your house, Roby, at the end of the street. Parked at the curb was a discordant note in this hard-pressed neighborhood, a sleek, custom-built red convertible, one of the kind that looks like it can go 90 miles an hour standing still. The same can be said for the dame in it, also a discordant note. You see, San Francisco is a very big, large city. You just don't run into a dame at the lamp counter in Lacey's and a half hour later in a dumpy neighborhood in the Mission, unless she wants it that way.
Well, hello.
Hello, Dragon Lady.
Oh, silly.
You must sell a pass on the lamps.
The car?
Mm-hmm. But don't try and explain that now. Just tell me why you followed my cab.
Follow you? Why, Mr. Spade.
Come on. What is it?
You're embarrassing me.
I know. Since that moment at the lamp counter, you can't get me out of your mind. Well, that's a perfectly normal reaction.
No, it's not that. It's... Oh, dear.
The panda bear. You want it in the worst way.
You're kind of attractive as men go, Mr. Spade. Could you give me a light, please?
Sure. Holding the match up to her cigarette, 3 things hit me. The black hair, the red dress, and eyebrows that went up instead of sideways. At that point, the sleeve of a checkered overcoat with a big arm inside it came around under my chin from the rear, and the fourth thing hit me. How long I dwelled in Panda Land, I don't know, but it was real nice while it lasted. I was a panda, too, I remember, and I was going somewhere with a big overstuffed private detective under my arm when a lady panda batted her big brown eyes at me and began pulling my nose. She seemed to have a very, very high voice.
Wake up, Mr. Spade. Revelry's blowing.
Oh.
I call Lieutenant Dundee, Mr. Spade. Summer's wait. Lucky. Over here.
Good Christopher, Sam. What happened?
Well, it was this way, Dundee. I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to the car she was sitting in and started to talk to me. And right away, the man in the checkered coat up.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Van Heflin stars this Sunday in State Fair, another outstanding 60-minute production by Theater Guild on the Air. Co-starring in this exciting broadcast is one of the leading families in show business, Gene Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and daughter June. It's a gala New Year's Eve broadcast when Theater Guild presents State Fair. Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means another hour and a half with Tallulah Bankhead in radio's greatest spectacle, The Big Show. Among Tallulah's guests will be Ken Murray, Gloria Swanson, Margaret O'Brien, Jose Ferrer, and many more. Now back to the Prodigal Panda Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. It was a humiliating experience, Robey, riding back to headquarters in black defeat. But dear, good Lieutenant Dundee, however, was the soul of patience and understanding.
What do you take me for, Spade, an idiot?
Look, Dundee, all I want you to understand is that this dame in the hopped-up convertible...
I've had 3 rides on that merry-go-round now, and I'm sick of it. The dame in a red dress and the guy in the checkered coat. They take your wallet?
No.
Your watch? Other valuables?
No. Just my panda.
Sam, are you trying to tell me there's a hot panda racket going on?
Dundee, boy. Look closely now as I take off my hat.
What?
There. See? Now, as you know, my head ordinarily does not come to a point. But this protuberance was made by a gun butt, not by imagination.
Oh, someone slugged you. I believe that, Sam, but this panda bear thing... Dundee. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
You were saying something about my panda bear, Dundee.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take it back. That dame at the store this afternoon, the one who sold him?
Miss Greenbrier.
Yeah. I just finished the post-mortem. No heart attack. She was poisoned.
It's a strange thing, Mr. Spade, very strange. I leave my business thoughts at the store.
Floor Walker, just try and remember the Dragon Lady's name, huh?
Dragon Lady. My good gracious, I can't remember my own name. I'm so upset.
Oh, now concentrate. Now, look, dark hair, up-tilted eyebrows, red silk dress. Works in lamp department on 7th floor.
I can picture her so plainly.
Dark hair, Floor Walker.
Dark hair.
Upshot eyebrows.
Eyebrows and the red dress.
Yes.
Red. Scarlet.
Scarlet,
that's it.
Easy now. I got a list of employees right here. I'll tell you. Scarlet Townsend.
Scarlet Townsend, that's the dame.
Floor Walker.
Scarlet Townsend.
Yeah, she lives here, right in this room.
Move out.
Today.
Well, how come? I said, how come, landlady? Why'd she move?
Me.
Oh.
I tried to keep her on the right track, but at her age, you can't tell them nothing. So when she bring that no good thing around here, I put my foot down. I said, Scarlet, Scarlet, I said, you're
What's
out.
no good day?
What's no good dame, landlady?
Crystal McCall.
Oh.
Here. I found this just now as I was cleaning the room. Picture of Crystal McCall. Now, ain't that a swell way to have your picture taken?
The name rang a bell, and so did the picture. Crystal herself and me all together. When I got around to the place, I made a startling discovery. Crystal was also the late Miss Greenbrier.
Don't look at it all day, young man.
When did you see this girl last, landlady?
This morning, she and a fella in a checkered coat come around to pick up Scarlet in a big red open car.
Know the fella?
Nope, never saw him before. But I'd sure know that car. Oh, you ought to see it.
You're not telling me a thing, landlady. I have. In Los Angeles, I'd have been dead, but San Francisco is not a convertible town. I found a free phone and began calling the dealers, figuring a bright red custom-built convertible is something you remember, whether you see it or sell it. An hour of this got me nowhere, and I'd begun to wonder if the car had been smuggled up from the unmentionable side of the Tehachapi when the wind changed.
Sold the yellow one a while back.
Thanks, but near misses don't count, friend.
But the buyer had it painted red. Special job.
Well, you're improving. Who's the buyer?
Kim Thorne.
Dr. Kim Thorne?
Right, Dr. Jules Kim Thorne. Lives on Motley Drive in Burlingame. That's the only red one I know.
Great. That's the only red one I need.
Mr. Spade, this is utterly unbelievable. And I certainly don't intend to stand here all night discussing the pros and cons of Panda Bear.
All right, Kim Thorne, let's slide over into your field.
Meaning what?
The sweet young thing at the store. It turned out dirty.
The heart attack?
The poison attack.
Well, suicide, you suppose?
What do you suppose?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Look, why don't we hold hands and tell the truth, huh?
You'd better run along, Spade. I've had about all of this that I intended.
Look, the dead dame was Crystal McCall. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
The same Crystal McCall was running around with a hood named Frankie Casella, formerly of New York, now of Havana, by Department of Justice request.
This is all very interesting. What has it to do with me?
She was riding around in your red convertible this morning, for one thing. That's a hot car, you know. I took a close look at it 2 hours ago and got slugged. I don't know how you score these things, Kim Thorne, but in my book, this calls for a couple of answers.
You're right. You're right, it does.
Where's the car?
It's gone.
Who has it?
My chauffeur. This is the last straw, I guess. There's no point in covering up for him any longer.
Who is he?
Lenny Flegel.
Oh, an ex-con, isn't he?
Yes. I thought I could straighten him out. He's been missing for 2 days this time. He just took the car and left. I knew he had something to do with that girl in the toy department at Lacey's, so I went there today. I guess I was too late.
You think Flegel killed her?
I don't know. I don't know. Where did you see the car?
Near the end of Delaney Street. What's the license number?
49H822.
Oh.
I'd better report it stolen. If you need me to testify, please...
Feel free to call. That I will, Dr. Kim Thorne. Bye. What I had in mind, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and have him slap a 24-hour tail on the good doctor, but something intervened. Halfway down the walk to the street, my eye fell on a round plastic object about the size of a nickel lying in the grass. Clearly, the eye of a giant panda. Since 2 other eyes were obviously watching me through Dr. Kim Thorne's front curtains, I continued gaily on to my cab, drove up a half block, got out, and walked back. Just in time to see Kim Thorne pull away from the curb in his other car, heading towards El Camino and points north. Well, this left me free to prowl at will, and 4 matchbooks later, I had found 2 more eyes, a pocket full of panda skin, and a goodly scoop of panda upholstery. The trail led to the garage. No wonder his car was stolen. He must have had to leave it on the street all night because there was no room for it in the garage, which had been turned into a kind of panda abattoir, crammed to the rafters with panda bears, all the giant size, too, in various stages of dishabille. Legs, arms, eyes, and innards. A sight to chill the heart of any but the sturdiest private detective, Ruby. But I braced myself and carried on.
Homicide, Dundee.
This is Sam, Dundee.
Sam, where you calling from?
Phone booth in a drive-in on El Camino. Listen, the license number on the red custom job is 49H822. And the guy driving it is Lenny Flegel, an ex-con.
Don't talk to me about that car. Larry Healy picked it up tonight going 90 on the Bay Shore.
Great.
Lousy.
Why? What happened?
Next time I see one of them Panda bears, I'm going to spit right in its eye. So Larry pulls the guy down, and first thing he sees is the Panda bear with a necktie.
What about the dragon lady?
She came second. All Larry can think of is the hot Panda bear. Figures they stole it, so he takes it back to the patrol car to return it to the kid.
No.
Yeah. By the time he got the exhaust smoke out of his eyes, they were gone. Oh, what's that license number again?
49H822.
You sure?
Positive. I'm looking right at it. Oh, Sam. Dundee.
Yeah.
We're all at Anderson's Drive-In on El Camino. Put it on the air. Which just shows you how slow I can think, Roby. The red job was staring at me with its big chrome eyes outside the plate glass window. Flegel and the dragon lady, bless them, were having a Saturday night blue plate displayed attractively on the tray racks hung from the car doors. I sidled out of the phone booth and through the kitchen, thereby coming up on the car from behind.
More coffee, honey?
No, we better get going.
Oh, plenty of time.
Mind if I join you, Flegel? Huh? He reached and I pushed, and instead of his gun, he came up with half a hamburger. It was too harsh a light for the dragon lady to operate effectively, and by the time Larry Healy and the prowl car pulled up, they decided to do it the easy way.
You all comfy back there?
Lovely, Larry. Flegel? Dragon lady?
Shut up.
What about the red job? What are you going to do with it?
Larry?
Oh, and pound it till the lawyers are through talking. Sam, you want to go by way of Delaney Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why Delaney Street?
Larry delivered the Panda.
Huh?
Sure, to the kid, Roby Dozier. We'll have to go and pick it up.
Lenny.
Yeah.
What's it worth, Flegel? 50,000? 100?
The little kid's got it?
Yeah. Oh, Carcel will be disappointed, Flegel. With the tax boys watching both him and Crystal, it looked like a safe way to get some of his dough out of the country club.
Wasn't my idea. I hated him. I did 8 years for him, Spade. I could have killed him.
Shut up, Lenny.
I don't care anymore. The heck with it. Look, it wasn't me. The guy who's running things for him here is Dr. Kempthorne, but Crystal had the dough. He killed her. He took her to lunch today.
Lenny!
Go ahead, Lenny. So he poisoned her. Then what?
She fixed up one of the Pandas. He didn't know which. Stuffed it with bills, 80, 100,000, I don't know. Anyway, you'll find the money in the red car under the back seat.
Under the seat? What are you talking about? It's in the Panda. The kid's got it.
Look, why do you think I'm telling you this, you stupid flatfoot? I fixed that thing for Carcel myself after we took the dough out. What, kid? It's got a bomb in it.
I don't remember much about the ride from then on, Roby. All I could see was a white line unwinding in the headlights. But somehow we got to the end of Delaney Street and around that corner again. Roby! Roby!
Over here, in the alley.
Roby, you hurt?
No, just resting.
Where's the Panda?
Well, I'm through with pandas, and so is Barney. Next junk money, I'm going to buy him an elephant.
What happened?
Well, a policeman brought it.
Yeah?
I started home with it when a car drove up, and a man with gray hair got out.
Kempthorne. What then?
Same thing. He grabbed it and got in his car and drove off. He's around the corner there playing with it. Go ask him. I don't care anymore.
Around the corner? You mean he... Period. End of report.
What a
A highly inconsiderate thing to do to a Panda. But I'll give him one thing.
What thing?
He had the good grace to park in front of a vacant lot before starting to tear it apart.
Oh.
And, of course, to coin a phrase, he saved the people some money. And now, if you're a good, efficient girl and run that through your infernal machine, who knows what I'll have in store for you when you're through. No jelly beans till work is done. Now, scoot, scoot, scoot.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit to that entertaining eat establishment, Duffy's Tavern. Archie, the manager, and his whimsical friends have cooked up another fresh half hour of laughs and typical Duffy's Tavern madness. And you're all invited. There's also another delightful adventure with Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, tonight on The Life of Riley. Keep your dial set to NBC for the very best in radio entertainment.
official?
Yeah. I like the black one.
Lay off. Well, you're no fair eating all the black ones. They're my favorite still now. Master Robot Dozier. Very well.
Sam,
No?
I hope Roby appreciates you.
Only just a kid. How can you appreciate me?
Oh, I appreciate you, Sam.
Oh, I appreciate you, too, sweetheart. You're so pretty and so efficient.
Am I, Sam?
And so good about not hitting me all the time for your back salary. Yep. If when I stop and think of you, I go all choked up.
Me too. Black one.
Come here.
Huh?
Angel,
Yes?
it's all yours, dear. The rest of the jelly beans. Happy New Year.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy the magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC.